Dear friends, can you please take your seat? Not sure this works. Good morning. Good morning. May I ask you to please take your seats? Thank you. We are about to start. It's not because I'm French that I won't be strict on the schedule. So we'll try to start on time, also to leave room for the different panelists. Good morning. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the 9th meeting of the Roundtable on Financing Water. I'm doing this on behalf of the funding partners of the Roundtable, which are the OECD, the World Bank, the World Water Council, and the government of the Netherlands. Today, I'm also welcoming you on behalf of our co-convener for this particular meeting, which is UN Water. I take the opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of my colleagues, Aude Farneau and Ines Reale at the OECD, Federico Properzis, Sana Breslin, Klas Moldeus, and Tamara Slovic at UN Water. Myself, I'm Xavier Leflèvre. I lead the water team at the OECD Environment Directorate. I would like to flag that this is an atypical meeting on at least two grounds. First, it is strategically positioned 6 weeks before the UN 2023 Water Conference. The intention is clear. Can this roundtable be an opportunity to coin messages and build coalitions that can inform or populate a water action agenda, which, as you know, will be the main outcome of the conference? There is another reason why this meeting is atypical. It is the first opportunity for the Global Commission on the Economics of Water to focus on finance and to engage with the financial community. As most of you know, the Global Commission on the Economics of Water was set up in May 2022 at the initiative of the Dutch government with a 2-year mandate to revisit the economics of water and to test new grounds for policy, business approaches, and global collaboration to tackle the combined crisis of water, sustainability, food and energy security. In addition to its own research, the Global Commission will engage with a range of stakeholders through societal dialogues. And this meeting today is the first of these societal dialogues dedicated to finance. So we hope that in the next 3 days, we can make the best of your presence here in Geneva or online to contribute to these two important and interrelated processes. Before we move to substance, I would like to share some simple housekeeping rules. So next slide, please. To all participants, to all participants. So the meeting will be recorded. For online participants, please mute your microphones if you are not speaking. You can contribute through and ask questions through the chat. And during the different sessions, the chat will be moderated here in Geneva, and the questions will be asked to panelists or moderators. For in-person participants, you collected your badge. Badges can be kept throughout the meeting. They are valid for 3 days. Please don't bring any food or drink except water in this meeting room. Lunch will be taken at the WMO cafeteria on the top floor. Beautiful scenery if you haven't been there before. And if you have time, small restaurants are available nearby. The Wi-Fi connection is simple and very effective. WMO -public, no passcode, and even I was able to use it. So very convenient. Now, I would like to invite the speakers of this opening session to share their perspective. First, I am pleased to invite Dr. Gilbert Hungo. who is the chair of the UN Water and Director General of the International Labour Organization, to open the roundtable meeting. Mr. Hungbo will have a short presentation to highlight the context of the Water Action Agenda and the UN 2023 Water Conference.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you, colleagues. Let me start by thanking OECD for convening this roundtable on financing for financing water. I would also like to express gratitude to OECD's leadership throughout these series of roundtable. Colleagues, as we fast approaching the UN 2023 Water Conference, I truly looking forward to building on the partnership and shared action plans developed over the past 8 meetings. Welcome also to what promises to be a critical series of action-oriented discussions. Next month's conference is all about accelerating change in a way to drive progress towards achieving the goal of water and sanitation for all by 2030. So financing, obviously, is the fuel for this journey. Even though we have less than 7 years to get to the SDG 6, to get the SDG 6 on track, when we get the financing right, we will get the transformative acceleration that is so needed. The roundtables on financing water have been responding to the water and the sanitation crisis since 2017. And these meetings have engaged a diversity of actors focused on finding novel ideas and solutions. And the agenda for the next 3 days is typically diverse. It represents the complexity of the challenges that we face and bring together leading experts who will propose the financial solution that we need. I hope you are inspired by the fact that this 9th roundtable will inform and heavily influence not just the UN 2030 conference, it will also play a vital role in mainstreaming water into key intergovernmental processes. And these include the Sendai framework from disaster risk reduction, and obviously the upcoming SDG summit. Colleagues, this year is, in my view, a unique opportunity to unite around water and ensure that the financing meets the scale and the complexity of the challenge we face. Voluntary commitment on financing are crucial to the development of the Water Action Agenda, which will be a main outcome of the next month's conference. The latest UN Water Global Analysis and Assessment of Sanitation and Drinking Water gives us the clearest picture yet of where finance can drive progress. It shines a light on where the gaps are, both in terms of funding and in terms of data. Reports from 121 countries reveal that over 75% of them lack the funding to implement their water sanitation and hygiene plans. Put in another way, because these figures are truly shocking, less than 1 in 4 countries have sufficient financing to achieve their water and sanitation goal. Essentially, that's what we're talking about. And this is an unacceptable situation and puts at risk the entire 2030 agenda on the SDGs. As one of the 5 accelerators in the SDG 6 Global Accelerator Framework, financing is fundamental to the transformation we need. So we need to get moving and do it fast. Although more funding are urgently needed, increasing resources is not the whole of the story. Raising and deploying financial resources must be done in partnership across all sectors. And we must use the latest data to ensure interventions are as effective as possible. Governments must put robust regulatory and monitoring frameworks in place to optimize the use of new funds. And they must improve the creditworthiness of utilities and local authorities wishing to borrow. We all have a role to play in creating strong water and sanitation service delivery systems that can attract much more funding. And by doing so, we can ensure healthy, productive, and resilient population long into the future, even beyond 2030. Colleagues, I know that people who are financially focused tend to be naturally result focused. So it is therefore great to have you here, all of us together, because we need you to drive. We need your drive, we need your ability to innovate and to collaborate in a way to make rapid change a reality for billions of the poorest and most vulnerable people in the world. Financing is a catalyst for every voluntary commitment made to the water action agenda. The smartest investment we can make right now is to accelerate toward a future where everyone, everywhere, has the water and sanitation they need to live in safety, dignifying life. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For your point about accelerating change, collective action, but also reiterating that our horizon is actually even going beyond March 2023, as water contributes to a number of international processes. The next speaker is Kitty van der Heijden. Most of you will know Ms. van der Heijden. She's Vice Minister for International Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands. The Netherlands have a distinctive role in this event as founding partner of the Roundtable, co-chair of the UN conference, and initiator of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. Ms. van der Heijden could not be with us this morning, but she was kind enough to record a video message.
Dear colleagues, thank you for inviting me to this 9th Roundtable on financing water and the first societal dialogue of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. For 6 years now, this roundtable has been bringing together the world of water and finance, fostering common understanding and common language that did not exist before. This roundtable is one of the last milestone events on the road to the UN 2023 Water Conference that my country will co-chair together with Tajikistan in New York next month. We are quite literally in a countdown mode. 44 days to go before we all get a once-in-a-lifetime political opportunity to really make a difference in people's lives and livelihoods. After the conference, financing water will be central in translating all that political ambition into real action on the ground. And I want to make to you 3 main points here today. 1, Water crises are always an outcome of our institutions. Water flows through all the SDGs, all the climate objectives, the entire 2030 agenda. And science tells us that human activity has pushed the water cycle out of balance, manifesting itself in water crises across scales from local to global. There's too much water, there's too little water, it's too polluted water, it's too unequal access to water, which endangers the realization of all the SDGs. Water crises are an outcome of our institutions, the rules of our economy. It's tied to how we produce, how we consume, to what we value and what we don't. And this reveals the flaws in policies and in norms. And we can only change the outcomes and restore the balance in our water cycle if we change our policies and our norms. And let's be clear about this. This will hurt. There is no transformation that is painless. But not changing will hurt even more. The costs of inaction are much greater than the costs of action, as the Global Commission on the Economics of Water will argue in this roundtable. Key questions. How do we redress the flaws in our policies? How do we incorporate water's multiple values in all corporate and finance decision and behavior? How do we share the pain of this transformation in an equitable and just way? And doing so at a time of competing demands. Finance for food, for energy, for climate, for jobs, for health, for biodiversity, for debt, for war, and more. Second, the narrative around financing water is incredibly important. Redressing water insecurity for all is a broad whole of government, all of society concern. This is not a water sector issue. It's not a technical issue that you can engineer your way out of. In a world that breaches planetary boundaries of freshwater use, water is not external, let alone peripheral, to business and the economy at large. It is at the core. Private and finance sectors must invest in water. It's not optional, and it's urgent. Now just imagine if water sectors were to internalize the water-related cost of pollution, depletion, land degradation, that they habitually transfer that into the public balance sheet. CERES and a task force of some of the global leading financial institutions, they did the math for two sectors alone, meat and apparel. Interesting conclusions. Adjusted net profit of major corporations in both sectors would reduce by around 70% on average. A back-of-the-envelope global extrapolation suggests that decent water stewardship in these two sectors alone would reduce water-related costs that now get put on the balance sheet of communities and nature by around $170 billion a year. $170 billion per year for two sectors. That's not trivial. The good news. Climate, biodiversity, water crises, they are so interconnected that if we were to reduce water externalities, we deliver climate and biodiversity benefits as well. We can do this. Last but not least, the UN 2023 Water Conference. As I just said, in just 44 days, the world will gather in New York to commit to solving the water and the sanitation crisis. One of the dots on the horizon is the green, inclusive economy that does not externalize water-related costs. This roundtable, the roundtable that you're participating in right now, may chart pathways towards that horizon. I hope that your dialogue in the coming 3 days will provide ground truthing for the Global Commission, and that it will help it in refining its policy advice over the next 16 months. I really hope that this roundtable will stimulate commitment to the Water Action Agenda, which is the end product of this conference. It's commitments of individual members, but it is also a commitment, a collective commitment of the Roundtable. And so, finally, I count on the Roundtable as a platform to support implementation of the Water Action Agenda after the conference. The upcoming 10th edition of the Roundtable will focus on Africa sometime mid-2023. It's a hugely important first opportunity to do just that. I wish you fruitful 3 days in Geneva. I look forward to see many of you in New York next month, and I want to see you there committed to financing the water transformation that we all really need to see. Thank you, and see you in New York.
Great and inspiring words, but what would you expect from Kitty van der Heyden? The next speaker is the co-chair of the UN conference, Tajikistan, and everybody knows Sultan Rahimzoda, who embodies the commitment of Tajikistan in the Water Action Decade and the UN conference. Sultan is the special envoy of the President of the Republic of Tajikistan for Water and Climate, and as such plays a pivotal role in the organization of the UN conference. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Humbo, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to be with you today and address in this roundtable, and indeed to thank the organizers for the invitation and opportunity to make this statement. Financing is most critical in achieving many goals and targets of the sustainable development. And indeed, the financing water should be on the top of this priority, since water plays an important role for achieving all SDGs. In this regard, I highly appreciate this initiative and thank OECD and the UN Water, and of course, the Dutch government for convening this important discussion in the preparations toward the historical UN conference on water next month in New York. The time is going fast. Vice Minister Kitty van der Heyden already mentioned that we have 44 days ahead of us. I made my calculation, it is only 42 days now. We have ahead of us to bring the world together in New York. Yes, we co-host Tajikistan and the Netherlands, our partners from UNDESA and UN Water. Basically, we count every day because we have an understanding that this is a great opportunity which we have no right to miss. Because it becomes now the one generation opportunity. The first UN conference, as you know, held in 1977 in Argentina. And you can imagine it took basically more than 40 years to take a decision to have water as a main topic for the next UN conference. We don't have another 40, 50 years to wait for another UN conference to take a decision or action. Water resources are under huge pressure, impact of different challenges, including climate change, population growth, industrialization, urbanization, and etc. Therefore, we need actions and commitments now. We don't have time to waste. The next generation will not forgive us if we miss this opportunity. We have to use it to give the hope and to make the change. Tajikistan and the Netherlands, with the support of our partners and friends around the world, have put a lot of efforts on the road to this conference to make it a watershed moment for the world. We started our collaborative work almost 2 years ago at the very beginning to make the preparatory process effective and inclusive. We decided to follow 3 main principles. One, inclusive. The first is inclusive, leaving no one behind. Second one is cross-sectoral, going out of water box and to involve all sectors in this process. And the third one, the most important one, I think, action-oriented, calling for action on the ground. Based on these principles, we prepared the conference vision statement, the roadmap, and many other documents which helped us and guided in this journey. We use a platform of different international and regional events, including those mentioned in the UN modalities resolution and beyond, to bring together different stakeholders and sectors to raise the awareness about the conference, its importance, the main goals and objectives. One of the key milestones in this way was the second Dushanbe Water Decade Conference in Tajikistan, which was built on the results of these events and developed the key messages for the New York conference. All these events, actions, and activities helped us to raise the awareness, to attract attention and engage different stakeholders, including the UN member states, UN entities, financial institutions, civil society organizations, major groups, including women, youth, indigenous people, private sector, and others in preparation of this historical event. It helped us also in terms of selection of themes for the interactive dialogues, which were finalized during the PGA meeting on October last year in New York. And financing as one of the accelerators of the achieving SDG 6 has been recognized as a cross-cutting issue of the 5 interactive dialogues of the conference. But the important thing for us, co-hosts, and indeed for the rest of the world, is the outcome of the conference. What it gives us, what kind of change it could make, and how it can unite the world for water. Our vision for the conference is that it can set this change in motion and follow up to validate, track, and speed this with actions, commitments, and institutional reform at all levels across all scales, sectors, and interests. Therefore, during the entire preparatory process, we have been calling for actions. The bold actions which should be transformative, innovative, which can make a change and around of which we can build partnership, coalitions, alliances to scale them up. To that end, during the Dushanbe conference, we launched the Water Action Agenda. You know about this, the platform which collects, displays, and follows voluntary commitments, which will be the major outcome of the conference. There are many strong, innovative, and transformative commitments already announced, and some of them registered in the platform of the UN conference website. We expect many others to come up until and during the conference, and the Water Action Agenda, for your information, will be living document, so it will not be ended during the conference itself. So we welcome any initiatives and the commitments even after the conference. And it is our expectation that during this roundtable, 3 days of discussion here in Geneva, new such commitments will come up. And indeed, to have the financial commitments is especially important for us and for the world, since without proper financing, it will be very complicated and challenging to transform the commitments into actions. So we hope on you. We need your strong commitments, and we invite you and the rest of the world to be united for water next month in New York, to make this conference a watershed moment for the world, and most importantly, to make it historical, not only in terms of the time dimension, but in terms of its impacts and the results. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, also for your commitment and dedication of throughout the preparation process. We owe you. I would now like to announce a video message from Loïc Fauchon. Loïc Fauchon is the president of the World Water Council. I hear his message is on the political perspectives on financing water, but also it will pave the way towards the 10th World Water Forum, which we schedule in Bali in March next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of water, good morning. Unfortunately, I could not be with you due to the kickoff meeting of the 10th World Water Forum that will take place next week in Jakarta. But I'm honored to be with you, at least through a video message. On behalf of the World Water Council and myself, I would like to warmly thank our colleagues of OECD and our partners of the Roundtable, the government of the Netherlands and the World Bank for this valuable collaboration. And finally, thank you to UN Water for co-convening this meeting. Ever since its creation in 2017 by the OECD, the Netherlands, the World Bank, and the World Water Council, the Roundtable's ambition was to facilitate the dialogue between water and finance communities to find the best ways to overcome the challenges of financing water access and sanitation. Looking at the interest these dialogues generated over the years, we can agree this was a much needed initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, water is our most precious resource. Water resources are under increasing pressure, and if water is in danger, humans and nature are also in danger. However, we were not and still are not on track to achieve water and sanitation for all by 2030. Investments are too little, too slow, and often too complex to implement. This is a sobering reality. Business as usual is not an option. So what can we do to remedy this situation? Achieving water security depends on many factors, particularly finance, but also governance and innovation. The synergy between these three elements is vital for a strong foundation of water and sanitation security. A radical acceleration and increased investments is required. However, it has become evident that public finance is insufficient. Attracting additional capital from private sources, while also improving the use of existing sources, is therefore necessary to reach a water-secure world. Ladies and gentlemen, the other crucial element to ensuring water security is political will. Water is politics. Nothing significant can be achieved without a strong signal from the highest political levels. It's in that spirit that we will continue to ask decision makers to consider the following recommendations. First, the cancellation of the water debt in the 50 countries where access to water lacks the most, under the condition that each country dedicates the same amount to actions in favor of water and sanitation. Second, the creation of a blue fund, a true international fund for water security out of climate financing. Only through massive but controlled financing will be able to face the food challenge and progressively mobilize hundreds of billions of additional cubic meters. Three, encourage national governments to establish principles of sub-sovereignty under decentralization to give local and regional authorities the possibility, the capacity, and the power to go on international markets for water-related loans. Four, insist on the necessity to work horizontally by associating water with other essential services, especially energy, food, health, and education. This requires going beyond the concept of a IWRM and towards a Five Fingers Alliance. Projects that integrate these different sectors should be rewarded. Five, promote the idea that urban resilience will evolve as territorial resilience by including rural areas, which still represent more than 50% of the world's population. Smart cities, yes, but smart rural areas as well. Six, systematically grant a financing bonus for sanitation projects in order to progress on sanitation goals, as they are still lagging behind. And seven, make it mandatory for each investment project to foresee the dedication of around 20% of the budget for maintenance of infrastructure and training of people responsible for the work. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, in a few weeks, the UN 2023 Water Conference will take place, the first UN conference on water in almost 50 years. With only 7 years left to achieve SDG 6, we cannot miss the opportunity to warn the world, as we will not be able to afford the cost of inaction. And as we move toward the UN conference, let us remember that the conference is not an end in itself, but rather an alarm to get the world back on track. Indeed, our work is far from over. And I would like to take this opportunity to mention that we are now on the way to the 10th World Water Forum, which will be held in May 2024 in Bali, Indonesia. The 10th World Water Forum will be an opportunity to reflect on the legacy of the UN Water Conference and continue the discussions led by Roundtable on Financing Water, including the work of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. Dear friends, we cannot forget that water is a shared responsibility and that we all together have a role to play. Let us make sure investments reach the ones who need it the most. We can do better. We must do better. We will do better. Success to our conference, and thank you.
Thank you, President Fauchon, also for sketching a very clear agenda for the from the World Water Council. Before we move to the first session, I would like to take just a couple of minutes to take you through the agenda. So there is a slide on the agenda. We won't have time to go through the different sessions. I just would like to highlight that in addition to the formal session, which will be hybrid, we have, some of our partners volunteer to convene side events, which are offered to participants who are in Geneva. So the side events will not be hybrid. Side event 1 is convened by the Valuing Water initiative. It is by invitation only. This is the one that takes place tomorrow at 9 a.m. in a different room. Side event 2 is convened by CDP. It's tomorrow in the evening, and it will be in this room. In parallel with another side event convened by Water Equity and Danone, which will be by invitation only. And there will be a fourth side event on nature-based solution convened by the EIB, which will be in this very room on Thursday morning. Finally, I would like to draw your attention to the background material that was shared with you before the meeting. Some of us spent quite some time putting together that material. I hope you see it as a valuable resource to build some sort of common knowledge on some of the topics that we are going to discuss. I would particularly like to draw your attention to a document titled Finance Water Action Pathway. This is the first draft of a short document being developed by CDP, the Carbon Disclosure Project, the Water Footprint Network, and the OECD under the aegis of the Valuing Water Initiative. The draft will be presented and discussed in session 6. It would be very helpful if you could read it and share your comments throughout the 3 days during the different sessions where appropriate and during session 6. We hope that this document provides an opportunity to structure a discussion towards a transformative finance agenda for water. I will close here. I would like to thank our speakers, the excellencies who joined us for this opening session. I would like to invite Dr. Naoko Ishii to join us on stage with her panelists, so that session 1 can now start. Quick note: you have nameplates. If you couldn't find your nameplate at the end of the room, please talk to my colleague Sarah Brelin, who will make sure that you have a nameplate with your institution. That will facilitate interaction and floor taking. Thank you for your attention.
This one? Hello, good morning to everyone. Could you please be seated? We will start in 1 minute. All right. Very good morning to everyone. Let's get it started. First, I want to welcome all of you to the first session of this 3-day conference or roundtable on financing the water. You may have found that the title of this first session very unique. It says the hydrological cycle as a global common good. And what does it mean to finance? Isn't it intriguing? I've never seen this kind of title in the water conference. So I'm truly excited to be asked to moderate this session, and not only as a commissioner of the Global Commission of the Economics of Water, but also a director of the Global Commons Center at the University of Tokyo, so that you may see that how interesting this session could be. As Kitty of the Netherlands just mentioned in the opening session, the science is now telling us that our planet, we have already transgressed the planetary boundaries, and one of them is actually the water cycle. And you will hear today from that renowned scientist and the Johan Rockström and his colleague Lauren here, that what we mean by that the global water cycle as a global commons. But they also tell us that we have already transgressed this planetary boundaries, so that this session is significantly important because we need to find a way that what does it mean to the finance. So that we have a wonderful panel to handle this new challenge. We hear from Johan and Lauren from PIC, and then we also have a Christine of WWF International, Bruce of WHO, and Maitri that are representing youth and the community. I will properly introduce them when they take the floor. But then let us maybe first listen to Johan's and invite the Johan's, and though it's a video recording. Could you play that Johan's video?
So dear colleagues, friends, great to have this opportunity to give you the latest update on the scientific evidence suggesting that the global hydrological cycle is in fact a global common good, fundamentally changing and also informing the need for financing water. It all is based on the scientific advancements on the planetary boundaries, the 9 biophysical systems that have scientific evidence of regulating the state of the planet. Fresh water, the bloodstream of the Earth system, being one of these 9 systems. And what you see here is the latest update that 6 of the 9 boundaries are outside of the safe operating space, which is the reference point for a planet that can support, in terms of life support, world economy, human well-being, the planet in a livable state for humanity. This is not only in terms of blue water, the runoff water in groundwater and rivers, but also soil moisture in the soil and vapor flow that supports all biomass growth in the world. Both of these are outside of their safe space, but let's start by defining green and blue. What you have here is the entire global precipitation on land areas on Earth, shown in kind of a normalized bar, the roughly on average 110,000 cubic kilometers per year of precipitation over land that we've had in the pre-industrial phase of humanity's 10,000 years on Earth. It's partitioned between green water, which is 70,000 cubic kilometers per year on average, which is the evapotranspiration flow that supports all natural biomes on Earth. And we can today quantify all this ecosystem functions that provides the basis for biodiversity, carbon sequestration, energy, and all biomass. The other part, the 40,000 cubic kilometers as runoff flows, is what we define as blue water. This is the water flowing in rivers, groundwater reaching lakes, and ultimately the ocean. When you look at the anthropogenic impacts of this, we see that a major exploitation of humanity is the withdrawal of blue water from rivers, and you see the withdrawal part in irrigation. Some of this is actually irrigation return flow. It represents in the order of 5,000 cubic kilometers per year of water stored behind dams. But then we also have, as you see on the green water side, significant changes in terms of transformation of intact nature, biomes, into rainfed agricultural systems, pastures, croplands, and that once you irrigate, in the end, the water evaporates back as green water flow. So we are, as humans, fundamentally changing the fluxes in the global hydrological cycle. But we're doing more than that in terms of global warming. But fundamentally, the global warming part is shown up very clearly in the evidence on what has happened over the past basically 1,000 years. So what you see on this slide is the evidence that we're outside of the safe operating space on both blue water in the upper graph and green water in the lower graph. And just look at Despite the fluctuations of blue water in the upper, green water in the lower, we see from the 1940s onwards how we start deviating away from the range of variability on water flows on Earth as we enter the great acceleration of rising human pressures on Earth in the Anthropocene. Anthropocene, the new geological epoch we've entered from the 1950s, where we have become the dominating force of change on Earth. This is the scientific evidence that we're outside of the safe space on water, both on blue and green water flows. We have a water crisis on our desk. This is reinforced also by the fact that global warming is changing the hydrological cycle in a very significant way. On the left hand, you see the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, latest assessments showing that since we entered the industrial era, shown in the green part here to the left, we have increased, loaded more vapor into the atmosphere, because when the temperatures on Earth rise, more evaporation from the oceans in particular lead to roughly 7% increased moisture in the atmosphere for every 1 degree Celsius of warming. So we're loading more power into our hydrological cycle, showing on the right hand the expected, by the end of this century, changes on precipitation on Earth, with very significant impacts on different regions, some of them in dark green receiving more rainfall, and some regions in yellow being faced with more extreme drought impacts. But what you also must recognize is that we're therefore changing the very inflow of fresh water to planet Earth. We're changing the source of water. And what you see here is all the IPCC runs between now and the end of the century. I just want to have your attention to the green systems here, and I'll be showing them right here. The SSP2 4.5, which is basically the the middle of the road future scenarios. And just look at the numbers. We enter the Industrial Revolution with, on the average, 110,000 cubic kilometers of fresh water over land, and we are to expect already by 2040 to 2060 to have over 120,000 cubic kilometers per year, reaching over 125,000 by the end of this century. Is this good news? Well, all science shows that it is not. It will lead to more extremes, more floods, storms, water surges, but also extreme fluctuations between droughts and floods. And on the map here, you see in circles the regions that will be, according to the ensemble runs of models, being affected by rising degrees of droughts in southern US, in northeastern Brazil, southern Africa, the Mediterranean region in Europe, and in Australia. And this is what happens. We load more energy in the water cycle. It creates more extreme events. We will get too much water or too little water, but not the average we require. Water is also, therefore, not only fundamental for direct human well-being, but this is a direct threat to the stability of the climate system, because behind all carbon sequestration nature, we have fresh water. We have the green water flow that operates the photosynthesis. So what we have in the global carbon cycle, which is today very, very well assessed through the Global Carbon Project, an estimate that roughly 3.1 gigatons, billion tons of carbon, as you see here, is sequestered in intact nature as a direct reflection of the resilience of the planet to the disturbance caused by global warming when we burn fossil fuels. And you see the fluctuations here in the land sink to the right, confirming this 3 gigatons or billion tons of carbon dioxide sequestered per year. This is a tremendous contribution to dampen global warming. We emit 40 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year in fossil fuel burning, and natural ecosystem, thanks to fresh water, takes up 3 of these each year. The challenge is, though, that, as you see from the graph here, it fluctuates very much up and down. And this fluctuation has predominantly to do with droughts and floods, meaning the fluctuation in the hydrological cycle. And we also have the evidence that even though the sink may reach up to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year, shown here on the land sink, the actual flux of carbon, when you also take into consideration our deforestation and land system change, brings us many years down to a situation where we today no longer can consider natural ecosystems or the biosphere as such to be a carbon sink. So this is an enormous challenge that we must invest in water to secure the flow so that we can have the biosphere, nature, to continue to be a carbon sink. This is why we need to distinguish between where is water coming from and where is it going. We introduced the concept of precipitation sheds. So not only watersheds, which is the area where blue water is concentrated and is led through rivers and groundwater to the outlet of a river basin or watershed. We are equally interested in where does the rainfall come from, the precipitation shed, because rainfall comes not only from the ocean, it also comes from green water flow from intact nature in upwind areas to the receiving part where rainfall falls down. This is fundamental to understand our dependence on fresh water for the global economy, because while we have our focus on management of water at the regional scale, shown here in large river basins, we focus on managing water supply for cities. This is basically the regional scale where our governance focus is today, but the water cycle does not abide to those scale and this narrow scale range, but operates actually at the global level, because we have atmospheric rivers that transport green water in the atmosphere from upwind areas, providing rainfall in downwind areas. And this is the big advancement in our understanding of the global hydrological cycle, that in order to manage water at any scale in any economic unit, you need to recognize the dependence between upwind and downwind rainfall provision and rainfall, basically rainfall imports and rainfall exports. And let me here give you some examples of how this looks like in the latest scientific assessment. Here you have, for example, the Congolese rainforest area with the source and sink area over DRC shown in yellow. The blue is where the rainfall comes from, meaning green water flows from the ocean, but look also at the role of Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, providing green water flow for the atmospheric river that then provides rainfall over the red area, which is at the heart of the rainforest, but also how the rainforest then exports water westwards towards countries in the more humid parts of West Africa. Similarly, in China, how China is dependent on atmospheric rivers coming from the west. Just look at the blue area here from India and over Kazakhstan and Russia, all the way across to the Black Sea, providing green water flows that gives downwind precipitation over China. West Africa, we go to Nigeria, how the oceans play a very significant role, but also significant parts of the humid areas around the DRC, the Congolese rainforest, providing downwind rainfall over Nigeria. Same in Europe, look at the west-easterly flows of precipitation imports and how regions in Europe export rainfall precipitation to the east. So overall, we can today actually quantify the import and export input-output for different countries. And here are just a few examples. And if you look, for example, at a country like Brazil, having a significant import of over close to 1,500 cubic kilometers of precipitation per year from upwind atmospheric rivers, but also exporting significant portion down to neighboring countries further south in South America, while other countries have a roughly balance in terms of input but output. But overall, countries have this interconnected dependence with their upwind neighbors and providing services to their downwind neighbors. So overall, in conclusion, therefore, the global hydrological cycle is a global common good. It connects all scales and Earth system functions. It is truly the bloodstream of the stability of the Earth system, both in terms of stable climate, but also in terms of functioning biodiversity and in terms of direct delivery of services to humanity, from food to stable living conditions, but also to reduce extreme events like floods and droughts. This means that all citizens and the world economy depends on stable water flows. We need to keep the global hydrological cycle within the range that we can have as a reference point through the past 10,000 years, and that we now need to avoid pushing the Earth system too far away from that stable range. And finally, atmospheric rivers connect countries in the world. This is a geopolitical challenge for human stability in the world economy. And with that, it poses questions for the financing of water. So good luck in these discussions in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Yeah, indeed. We need quite a good luck to address this issue for this session and also that the following 3 days. Actually, he said a lot, and what remained in my mind is basically the hydrological cycle is a global common good, and it's not just a local and regional, but it also has it's operated at the global scale, which is not usually that that we said. But also he mentioned several times that it has been disturbing the stability of the entire Earth system through several channels, and the human pressure, particularly agriculture and settlement, is the significant the sources of those pressure. So when we address this the water issue as a global common good, we also need to think that how we can do it through entire way of life, because as also Kitty mentioned, the challenge is not just on the water, it's basically our way of life, which is in collision with the stability of the Earth system. So it really goes beyond the water cycle. So let's see how much we can really address this significant issue at this session. So I wanna do this for next 1 hour, 10-15 minutes, that we propose that 2 cycle series of the questions with our fellow panelists. And the first question I want to ask my fellow panelists is, do you agree, based on your own experience, do you agree this characterization of the water or the hydrological cycle as a global common good? And what is the kind of, your lifetime evidence that if you agree on that? And so that is the first question I'd like to ask each of the panelists, then followed by the second series of questions, meaning that what does it mean to the financing system or the financing the water, which is also extremely challenging thing. But let us start with the first question. Oh, I was also asked to let you know that you have an opportunity to raise hand and then pose the question to panelists after maybe the series of discussion. And then for the people at the audience online could also raise the questions through chat. So that's a game plan. And also the last 10-15 minutes, we want to spend on the wrap up. And this is so significant because it will feed into that Water Action Plan 2023. So that this has we have a tremendous opportunity and responsibility to make this session extremely useful. So let me start with this maybe Christine, that from WWF International. You spent most of your life in this area, so you must have a lot to share with us. So that Christine, do you agree on this characterization that the hydrological cycle being a global common good, and what does it mean to your life?
Thank you. And I think I have couple of slides just to illustrate my answer to your question. Here we go. So if I press this, will it make it? No. How do I get it onto slideshow? Is it this one? Yeah. Should I leave it on that or try and get it onto slideshow? There we go.
It thinks you're projecting to another screen. So
otherwise, we can just use it in that format.
Yeah, use it.
So yeah, apologies for the format. But yeah, thank you very much for that introduction. And I think the perspective that I'd really like to bring into this conversation is that we're talking about bringing together these different sectors of water and finance. And I really want to make sure that we adequately take account of nature in that bigger debate. And I think it's very, very pertinent to the issue of the water cycle as a global common good as well. Essentially, you know, this is the balance sheet that I would like to bring to the table. And this is a balance sheet that shows a massive deficit on behalf of nature over the last 40 odd years. So many of you will know that WWF publish every other year the Living Planet report. And in that we focus on the Living Planet Index that shows the health of wildlife populations around the world. And since we started that in 1970, we've seen a steady decline in nature and wildlife populations globally. The overall decline is 69%. And that's absolutely staggering. You know, that means that we have lost half of nature in my lifetime. And obviously there was a period of decline prior to this as well. But what I particularly want to bring into this room and this debate is the fact that the decline for freshwater species is the decline that brings this average down. That decline has been 83% in my lifetime. This is what we've lost. So yes, absolutely support the assertion that the water cycle is a global common good, but also I really want to emphasize the fact that, you know, this water cycle is broken, really broken, and all of the data points us towards that. And we can no longer continue to have the foundation of our water provision, water security, and climate resilience as an afterthought on the other balance sheets that come into this sector. So we need to keep front of mind, water doesn't come from a tap. And that's something that we've championed in South Africa, where we have a long history actually of investing in nature, investing upstream, investing in the catchments that feed the dams, that feed the supply systems, that feed the taps. I'm not saying that we don't need taps and toilets. We absolutely need better access and more taps and toilets. But the longer that we continue to invest in engineered infrastructure without taking into account the natural foundation of that infrastructure, we are setting ourselves up for failure. So it's really fundamental that nature-based solutions and the active role of nature become much more central in this debate. This needs to be part of the ham in the sandwich here. Otherwise, when we start looking at the water cycle and how do we invest in this more effectively, we're actually, to kind of take the cycle analogy, we're jumping on a bike that not only has two flat tires, but that decline in freshwater ecosystems means that someone's taken the chain off the cogs as well. You know, we cannot afford to ignore it any longer. So this is really just by way of a kind of setup, and you know, something that both WWF, IUCN, I know we're also working with Ramsar and other NGOs, as well as several countries in the lineup to the UN Water Conference in 42 days' time. We'll take Sultan's estimate rather than Kitty's of 44. But we want to bring a freshwater challenge to the UN conference, which is very action focused. Colombia are leading on this freshwater challenge, but we want to make sure that there is a commitment from countries, from NGOs, on the building on the success of the CBD COP at the end of last year, where finally inland waters broke out of its brackets, and inland waters is now explicitly included, along with terrestrial ecosystems and ocean ecosystems, in terms of the commitment to restoration for 30% of what we've lost by 2030. We would like to see the water sector getting fully behind that, with the finance sector, and looking at how do we start prioritizing investment in nature-based solutions and the critical foundation of nature that sits behind every single water system on the planet. How do we start prioritizing that and putting clear targets for restoration of freshwater ecosystems on the table? And how do we start all contributing towards those? So some of the numbers, because obviously we need something tangible and quantifiable to go for. If we could restore 300,000 kilometers of rivers and 350 million hectares of wetlands by 2030, then we would start coming close to that 30 by 30 target. And this is where we want to see finance that's directed towards water also hitting the nature targets as well, because through nature-based solutions, we stand a chance of addressing, you know, all of these interconnected crises around loss of biodiversity, climate resilience, water access, and actually also for in many parts of the world, sense of community, identity, and health and well-being. These are the multiple benefits, of course, that we can get from nature-based solutions. So this is our kind of call to action for this conversation, for the outcomes of this and what we're taking into the UN Water Conference as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. So good to hear that your proposal that call for action, and also that emphasize the significance of the nature-based solution. Now let us move on to the next speaker, Bruce Gordon. He is a unit head of WASH. It's a water, sanitation, hygiene, and health at WHO. So that the Bruce, floor is yours.
Thanks, Professor Naoko, and thank everyone for being here. And I just wanted to say that I agree with you, Christine. I mean, at the end of the day, we do need to invest upstream, and I think one of the reasons is that that this hydrological cycle that we see and we heard about is, I mean, it fundamentally is an essential planetary system that supports life. And what's broken about it now, from a health perspective, coming from WHO, is 2 billion people around the world don't have access to safe water, and 1 million people are dying every year. And so because of unsafe wash, and I'm not sure how you get that on a balance sheet. So I just wanted to say, before we get into economics and finance, that point. Of course, good water resources, upstream, functioning catchment areas, water, even for sanitation, it has just immense societal benefits. I think that's evident. But what's also, I think, evident, and Kitty said it very eloquently, and I'll quote her in a moment, but it's just the benefits and the costs aren't being adequately captured by market forces, the economic system that we have. So she was sort of saying, I think if I got it right, 170 billion dollars is being in two sectors alone is being borne by communities, by nature, by those that actually haven't caused those costs. And this is the thing that I want to argue, because you mentioned the whole issue of infrastructure and toilets and taps. But if the costs are about, well, we have a problem now with water availability, we need to build a desalination treatment plant, you know, and operate that. If we need to increase storage in urban areas, if we need to provide specialized treatment to deal with micropollutants that are very hard to treat, who's bearing the costs of these needed investments? It could be, you could say, the water utility in many of these cases, but ultimately it's the household themselves that are paying more than if they actually, you know, if there's more effective public spending where we could get ahead of the problem. So there's a bit of a failure here in accounting, and I want to talk a bit about that a bit later. But I think for health, I mean, you know, coming back to that, the other big sector that's bearing this cost is health, and that needs to be captured in balance sheets as well, because the analysis that has been done, just basic investment in water, sanitation, and hygiene infrastructure and services, you know, there's tremendous yields. So, I mean, there's various estimates, but you could just take a back of the envelope. You invest $1 in these services, you get $5 back to society. And it's basically a large portion of that is averted healthcare costs. So these are just taking certain very narrow sectoral, you know, benefits and costs, and you already see that, you know, the system that we're dealing with is failing, because we're paying more, we're suffering more, because we're not getting ahead of the problem and planning this in a collective way. So I think, just in answer to your question, I think we have a little bit of a, you know, a tragedy of the commons. You know, this is available to everyone, right? We have this water system available for everyone. We can't exclude anyone from it. It kind of meets the criteria of a common good and a global common good. And I think this presentation was interesting. I didn't know some of the scientific data in it, but just looking at that, I think it's going to be becoming increasingly important to understand that this is an issue that, you know, kind of goes between countries and is international, and is not going to be solved by reactive decision making that we're so good at. We have to pay when it's a crisis, but we have to get ahead of it and plan better.
Thank you so much, Bruce. I think we can come back to a question of the accounting and or, you know, how to account for this and the missing piece or externalities. But let me invite now that the Maitreyi Kojogani that who represents that the youth and the generation, as well as actually that she has a hands-on experience of the community and in rural India. And so that Maitreyi, could you please, maybe I should say that your network, Water Youth Network. Great. Okay, so Maitreyi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think a very direct response to what you had asked is undoubtedly the characteristics of the hydrological cycle is a global common good. I think that's pretty well established. But also since schooling, since graduation, I think as young people in learning, we're taught that the stages of hydrological systems are very interdependent, not just with the steps of the cycle, but also within the socioeconomic systems within which they're embedded. And I think, as everyone very rightly said, that has a very critical impact on regulating resilience and stability of the Earth system, which also defines the way our global economies work and how our societies function. Now, having said that, I think, Christine, very rightly you said that the whole cycle is broken, which is why we are facing a severe water crisis today that's seriously impeding development and progress. And again, taking numbers from you, Bruce, of course, 2 million people really lack access to basic drinking water, and close to half of the population do not have access to safe wash. Now, where do young people really fit in this conversation, right? I think young people, we are about 1.1 billion people in the world. which is close to 18% of the global population. 40% of this population is living in developing countries, and over 60% of this population is actually vulnerable to climate-related and extreme events, which has not just affected health, well-being, but also lives and livelihoods. A lot of young people are forced to migrate from their home countries in search of livelihoods and work. So there's a lot of implication on health, livelihoods, well-being. But having said that, I think young people are also touted to be the torchbearers of the next generation, right? What we are now having is something that we are inheriting from the previous generation. So that way, we actually don multiple hats. On one hand, I am a young professional. 5 years down the lane, I think there's going to be another generation taking my place. But I'm also a development professional. Like me, there are many engineers, researchers, teachers, scholars. So our inclusion within the decision-making space is very recent. It's very gradual. So I think what we as young people would like to bring to the table is that there is a lot of knowledge, science, and practice that we have to learn, we have to unlearn, we have to catch up with and really transform, given that we will actually take the actions from now to future and modify it. So another thing is this would really not be possible if we don't have an intergenerational solidarity. We taking from the previous generation, us passing on to the next generation, which is already budding up with ideas. So that's the proposition we'd like to bring to this table, is that inclusion is very important, but along with inclusion, acknowledging us as critical stakeholders in this process is imperative at this point of time. Right.
Great, thank you so much. That then Major Maitri, then really bringing that then perspective of the youth and rural community and also the justice and intergenerational justice and access. So with that, and maybe at this stage, I don't necessarily want to invite Lauren because there aren't many scientific questions yet, but then I think I will come back to you on the very specific questions. So we want to enter into the second round of the questions now that then we need a lot of good luck to tackle this. What does it mean to the financing system? I'm so glad to hear that then each one of you, this panel, wholeheartedly agree on this characterization that the water cycle as a global common good. But then how we can really not fix, but then to bring the new perspective to reshape that the financing system or even market system. It was very clear based on this discussion, the current economic system doesn't really incorporate the true value of the water, or actually the externalities, those kind of, natural capital. And we need to find a way to how to count on or the value of those and the missing natural capital or the water, then are based on the true cost or true value. And most of the discussions so far I'm hearing, not necessarily at this panel, is mostly focusing on the risk part, but I'm always wondering that if we can also bring the opportunity or the real value part. So that is one question I would like to pose to my fellow panelists. And also, one question I may actually want to bring that Lauren here from PIC, that one of the paper published last June talking about the green water as a new planetary boundary. That it does mention that, but it is operated at a global scale, but it's not necessarily designed to be disaggregated at the local level. That the meaning that because there is so much of the complexity between global, regional, and local, but also that at the global level, as Johan Kitty mentioned, it's also kind of interfere with or affected or interacted with other pressures, human-induced pressures of agriculture, or the climate, and all other things. So that there is a little bit of the maybe scientific question, but I think it's an important question for us to figure out how to operationalize this new concept of a water cycle as a global common good. Can we address that at the global level? or should we stay only at the regional level, more like on the watershed level? How we can really, operationalize this new concept of the hydrological cycle as a global common good. So it may be a little unfair question to roll in on this, but you could just tell us about from scientific point of view that what does it mean that then should we aim at the global level of operationalization as a global level, or we better actually stay at the more like a regional level to come up with a better understanding or the better instrument to address that. So before I ask each of the panelists that what does it mean to the financing system, maybe you can just shed light to this question, Lauren.
Yeah, so the green water planetary boundary has been proposed to be characterized by like root zone soil moisture. And this variable is impacted by changes in precipitation and evaporation, which have like a global reach. It also, the root zone soil moisture exerts control on local transpiration and plant available water productivity. And root zone soil moisture also would directly impact area's ability to like intercept and hold water. So these are three different scales that root zone soil moisture kind of can operate at. So the as Johan also says in his talk, that the protection or provisioning of precipitation is definitely a we're impacting it globally through climate crisis. We also impact it maybe more regionally through land system change, agriculture, and irrigation. And so the boundary itself is actually, it's not meant to be disaggregated, but it's evaluated still locally on the deviations, both wet and dry, of an area from its sort of average soil moisture conditions. So anything going outside of the 5th or 95th percentile, so not enough soil moisture is a problem, also too much is a problem. So you can I'd be happy to engage more on this, just depending on how the discussion goes, but it can be evaluated locally or regionally within a basin. But the controls and pressures we exert are decidedly global in nature. So this is the challenge of securing staying within the green water safe space.
No, that's a wonderful kind of characterization or just actually the explanation of where we are. So thank you so much for this abrupt question. But it's important for us to recognize that or understand that a hydrological cycle as a global common good, because it's kind of part of this integral part of this united Earth system. So that if we put too much of the pressure, it disturbs the Earth system. At the same time, if we try to really address to operationalize it, that we have maybe different way of addressing this global scale issue, but also more like a regional the issue based on more like a watershed management or the catchment or river basins. So I think that maybe we need to think a little bit about it. I don't think we can have a wonderful clear-cut conclusion from this next 1 hour, but I think it's good for us to start thinking about it. So with that, I would like to ask each of the panelists that what is your take or the proposal to how to address this issue through financing system, that I already have the accounting things, the externality thing, and also that another thing I really want to bring to also particularly Matrix and Voice is how we can create this engagement process to for the entire important voices are actually reflecting that decision making. So please go ahead and maybe who want to start with that? Bruce, do you want to start because you already mentioned about the accounting, which is critical.
I'll start with the accounting system, which hopefully excites everyone. No, but I think the first implication of recognizing something is a common good. Now, global, national, public, I know there's different definitions, but I think is this implication for public expenditure. And I think with public expenditure, and we've heard a lot about, 4 times, investments needed, we need a good system of planning and understanding where expenditure is going. And this issue of the water cycle and water resources and drinking water and everything else, agriculture, is very complex. And I think it's very difficult to get an understanding of what is being spent where. And it's so at some point, what we did at WHO was, and many partners in the room have worked with us on this, but took some inspiration from the system of national health accounts, which is most countries in the world do this, but they are able to classify and code expenditure in the health sector, so they can get an understanding of what is being spent, by whom, and they could look at things like, okay, how much is being spent on care versus prevention? Because again, this gets back to, I think we're talking about, in a way, prevention and protecting our planet. And it would be, in my mind, very interesting to see what is spent on environmental protection versus, what is being spent, kind of on these externalities that are being borne by the so-called water crisis. So this WASH accounts it can be scalable. So the idea is you could just look at what the costs are for drinking water provision, treatment, sanitation, extending sanitation services, and ultimately, there's a question of what's the source of funding? So, I mean, this is the classical OECD 3 Ts, but, are you paying, is the government paying through public expenditure because of taxes? Or are households paying through tariffs or their own kind of energy? And what I mean by that is, I think, how are these, getting an understanding of who is paying is tremendously important, because in the health sector, we have this idea of catastrophic health out-of-pocket expenditure. So you can't afford your own treatment. And I think in the water domain, it's very interesting to see people walking long distances for water that are affecting their ability, to do economically productive things, and of course their health. So understanding the extent to which households are paying, understanding the extent to which governments are paying through taxation, understanding the extent to which transfers and aid are helping is important. And this is all, by the way, at the level of a country. Because while, as this is all very cross-boundary and everything else, but I think we need to also be practical and respect the fact that economics works at the national level and decision-making works at the national level. So it also, I think it's important to understand trends as well, because I think without understanding this idea of what a budget might be, very disciplined stuff. What is the government spending, for example, per capita on WASH per year? What's the budget? And our data was showing the average last year was $12.50 is what the government is budgeting per person per year. And so then that's interesting. You look at total expenditure. So this is with households and other sources of people spending, and that this is about $40 a year. So $40 per person per year is being spent on WASH services, of which the government has budgeted about $12.50. So it's just kind of interesting to see, okay, well, who's bearing these costs? And then you start thinking, much of what I've spoken about is just, the taps and toilets part of it. But you can start expanding the scope of these accounts, so they start covering water resource management, and so they start covering environmental protection and kind of looking at the whole package together. So it's only so good as much as, the value of it is also dependent on what you put into it and how much energy you put in, and to what extent decision makers actually look at this. So I think that's kind of the proposition is, with partners here, this is certainly not, I mean, the methodology was kind of developed by WHO, but it's a common good. It's like we want every country to consider to doing this and to make their expenditure on water transparent, and so that it serves decision makers and others that are interested in understanding you know, who's paying for what, how much, trends per year. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I also want to ask that maybe first from our fellow panelists, does anybody have a knowledge on ornaments about the water account? But maybe we should ask that from the floor that if that anybody you want to bring this and the meaning of the water account later. Okay, so now I may want to ask about Christine that based on your proposal on your experience, how we can really harness the financing market, and particularly that you already mentioned the important 30 by 30, those kind of thing. And one key thing is how to value that the water and how that the current financial market can address that issue of the valuing true cost of the water, or the true value of the water. We all know the important initiative ongoing TCFDT and FDISSP, so that you could maybe just bring up those kind of interest.
Thank you. I mean, I think despite, you know, the situation that we find ourselves in now with the, you know, massive impacts that we're witnessing on freshwater ecosystems, and really looking into the crosshairs of the climate crisis, there are actually reasons to be optimistic. I wouldn't quite say cheerful, but maybe optimistic in terms of some of the progress that we've seen recently. So certainly, you know, bringing climate-related financial disclosures, TCFD, through the private sector, bringing that into the boardroom to the highest level of decision making, is a very, very positive step in the right direction, so that we can hopefully start seeing much more visibly the cost of inaction. And I think that that's been really critically missing. You know, our traditional methods of cost benefit analysis are very much kind of bringing into sight and into vision what we already know. And TCFD is importantly mobilizing the private sector, potentially mobilizing the private sector towards more collective action at a basin scale, because they're starting to see what it's going to cost them if they don't do that. I think also at a national scale, the move towards national capital accounting, again, this is something that is, you know, putting a value to and making visible things that we haven't had sight of before. And even beyond that, you know, when we're looking for nature-based solutions to be prioritized and to be considered as options for the water sector and for financing in the first instance, and not as an afterthought, not as a sort of soft greening of a big grey infrastructure project, but as the first potential option, there's another reason to be optimistic in terms of the US roadmap that was launched at COP27 last year for mainstreaming nature-based solutions. And I think why this is so important is because every country that is attempting this to start mainstreaming nature-based solutions is coming up against the same hurdles in their own internal mechanisms of cost-benefit analysis, particularly for public spending. So certainly we're seeing that in the UK. We're seeing nature-based solutions continually being pushed out and discounted because we're not adequately able to value them for the multiple benefits that they deliver in the traditional mechanisms of cost benefit, or as in the US, as they call it, benefit cost accounting, which is maybe a better way to look at it. So, and I think as Kitty, you know, said in her introduction, let's not be under any false pretenses here. This is going to hurt. You know, this demands real change at scale, led by governments. And thankfully, with the Biden-Harris administration, we're seeing that now with this roadmap in the US. And I think it's really important that we start seeing this being prioritized in other countries around the world. And just one other kind of final point linked to the operationalization and the issues of multiple scales, and picking up a little bit on what Bruce was saying as well. I think that Yes, we're facing the climate and nature crises at the moment, and water is central to both of those. But we're also facing revolutions in terms of energy and the shift towards renewable energy and technology and artificial intelligence. So the opportunities that are presented by those two dramatic revolutions at the same time as we're trying to cope with the twin crises of climate and nature demand that we completely rethink how we meet our basic human needs and how we restore the ecosystems on which we fundamentally depend, and offer up lots of opportunities for decentralized management at much more appropriate scales, some of which will be at the river basin scale, but some of which will be at much more localized scales. And if we weave nature-based solutions into renewable energy driven water solutions, which involve local communities as well, and look at rebuilding nature from bringing in indigenous perspectives and rights-based nature as well, we actually have a huge new spectrum of opportunities to invest in both publicly and privately to solve the problems that our generation have created and that your generation now frankly have to fix. Thank you.
Great, Christine. It's a wonderful segue to ask me to come in. Okay, higher.
Thank you. Thank you. I think firstly to start with, a lot of the investments that have been made in the last few decades has been towards typically large infrastructures, wash infrastructures, treatment systems, irrigation projects, distribution systems. One thing that we've realized also is less than 5% of these total investments are directed towards any kind of youth innovation or youth-led initiatives. I wish I could say that's a very, it's not a very optimistic number for us to work with to start along. And the other thing is, having worked in the development sector for the last 7 years, the proposal and financing of such large infrastructures doesn't really mean that it really benefits the target users to which they were intended to. So there is no guarantee that this infrastructure benefits the ones who are within the grassroots communities. So if we really fundamentally break down how finance looks for grassroots communities, there are more questions about how much do I pay for my water? Will I get enough water to irrigate my field? If not, where am I going to invest for additional resources? Where is the money going to come from? Am I eligible for subsidies for irrigation and pump systems and pipelines? So I think one of the question on how we integrate financing with the grassroots communities is build an understanding of the finance itself. Like you said, finance, the discussion has always been at a national level. But when it drops down to a community level, the understanding is so different. And this differential understanding essentially creates, there's a difference in knowledge base, there's a difference in practice. So what has been conceptualized at a national level, say, so many dollars are going to be saved, maybe not. Maybe the cost of inaction is higher than what it was intended to be. So that's really on the voices of communities. So it's essential to break down the science into something that they understand, and also pull up those understandings from the community to feed into the national policies and mechanisms that we are proposing. So there's a cross-learning that needs to happen. And this is not something new that I'm saying, it's very well established. It's just that it doesn't happen in practice. And that's the fundamental problem for us. Practice doesn't happen. And I'm not very proud to say this, but I think it's something for us to think about while we are rethinking for an action agenda towards the next, well, say 2030 and 2050. Now that's on the community side. Now so leading a youth organization with about 1,000 volunteers, and we interact with a lot of other youth organizations. Another problem or another challenge that we face is a lot of volunteers, a lot of young people, they lack access to basic formal education. vocational specialized education. And this is very true, especially in case of women who don't even have access to schools. So one of the other proposition that we're trying to make is if we are, which we will be taking over from you to us, investments have to be made towards basic education. So you said twin crisis, climate and water. The third crisis is actually development. It pretty much intersects this, and upskilling and building capacities of young people. And we're talking not just of general capacities, but specific capacities, modeling, artificial intelligence, project management, administrative capacities. These very much feed into water services and water provision systems. So I think, and the return on investment is not very immediate. It's not very apparent, but I think the only the good part of it is investing in the young, investing in the youth will actually prevent the future costs and risks that we would perhaps face while investing in young people and their education. So to start with there. And so another thing is, yes, of course, there's a need to build capacities of young people. There are so many young innovations and entrepreneurship that young people are getting into. Like you said, artificial intelligence, there are so many companies, there are so many startups that have been looking at how do you use artificial intelligence to monitor, evaluate nature-based solutions. Yeah, for example, I have been working with urban agriculture. So we've have young people who are moving away from technology, software, and getting into farming to really contribute not just to localized food systems, but also for the mitigation in urban heat island effect. So there's so many innovations that are happening. But I think for the innovations to scale up, there's a lack of funding. And this is not just public funding, but this is also private funding and development assistance. So there are solutions. There's no dearth of them. It's just that we identify them and we scale them up. So that's the second thing is invest in young entrepreneurship, invest in innovation, which will not just help the present, but it will also, it gives a sense of ownership to young people, right? As of now, a large proportion of us feel that it's a kind of a tokenism. We are there on the table because we have to be there. I'm sorry, but a lot of us feel that way, and it is not really like that. I think the system is trying to imbibe us into its functioning. And I think a lot more needs to be done for us to feel more inclusive. I think that's the second proposition is invest in young people, young innovation. If we are to really take up the agenda of 2030 and beyond that. So that's so yeah, monetize on those intangible values, the different values that we're talking about. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. If I just wanna push you on your second point about the first is the second, the community thing, and then and you lay out that then why it's needed and why it's not really happening. Do you have any request or that key that how it can happen? Is this a lack of political leadership, or it's simply inertia, or what is needed for your voice, the community voice, to be fully reflected? Do you have any sense that that's?
I think there is a sense of political will. Of course, there is. But I think where it really lacks is communities have always been thought as an after effect of a project. Largely, say there's a project that's proposed and then the communities are thought after you conceptualize the whole thing. So that's where the mismatch really happens. So engaging with them right at the beginning, which has already been said, I think it's just following them, engaging with them, understanding their needs, and then conceptualizing is what is needed. It's just that doesn't happen. I wish I had an answer to why it doesn't happen, but it doesn't for various reasons. It just. All right.
And thank you so much. No, thank you. So I think it's time for us to open the floor from that then for Q&A, and we are here to engage with you. So anybody in this room could raise your hand and ask questions. I think I have already received to questions or comment from online. Right. So that then, okay, I see one hand raised there.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the information and discussion. It's very interesting. I'm not really expert in financing water. I'm coming more from scientific community. But I have a question. I have not heard about the, I heard about the green water, blue water, but I have not heard about the virtual water. That is, I think it's very important. That is water that is taken to produce the products, food or other materials in one country, and they're transported in other countries. And as a citizen or a resident in developed countries, I have just a question. For example, when I go to the supermarket and I see that is one avocado that is well-known water intensive production costs $1.5. And it's very usually very often transported from developing countries to developed countries. So I asked my current question, how we can finance this virtual water that is used in developing countries and bought so cheap in developed countries. I think it's a very important point. And I don't know if there is, I see as a problem and how we can how can governments and private sector resolve this problem? Because I think this is at the local level.
Thanks much. Maybe I can. Virtual water. Virtual water. No, virtual. Meaning,
no, it's a virtual water.
Yeah. It's more like as we discussed that in Potsdam, you know, that this agriculture product does consume so much of the water, mostly from the global south. And when that we consume in the global north, that we really don't know how much water and actually that the stress that contained and how we can solve that issue. That is my understanding of that issue, right? There are a few hands. If I could just bring to us and to here. Okay, can you see the lady behind us?
Thank you. I have a question. So Monica Altamirano from Water Equity, but my question is more like I've been following and working actually on the issues of nature-based solutions and then also regular or traditional infrastructure for water and sanitation. And for me, it's also sometimes worrying how we are, you know, when we want to get into these new economic models. I think one step is to be able to hold true to seemingly contradicting issues, right? So how can we find the right balance between these two? Because what I'm finding is that we could start to, you know, just go from traditional infrastructure completely to a fundamentalistic let's say, focus on nature-based solutions. And the reality is that none of the two, given that we already have great infrastructure in place, will be the solution. So how can we make sure that we keep the two in mind and find the right balance that is context specific? I'd love to know how are you working on that?
Thank you so much. I want to ask one more question from the gentleman, just before. Yeah, in great. Yes, you.
Guy Allards from IHE Delft. I'm looking for some suggestions, some advice on how to address the trade-offs, because between the SDGs, say agriculture on one hand that wants more water, and SDG water that wants to preserve water, but even within SDG 6, there are competitions because there's water needed for ecosystems, very important, but also we want to expand water supply. So what would be some guiding principles? Because if we need $100, we have only $10 to spend. And so how should we work on this? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will take one more question from this end and then we go back to this side. Okay, you gentleman from AFTV.
Thank you very much, Now, of course, good to see you again. It's been 4 years now, I think, the last time we met. Just to, in the same way that the hydrological cycle is a global common good or global public good, what are the best arguments that we can use to make also access to water as a global public good as well? Because once we can make that nexus, then a lot of other things can happen. In the same way, for example, environment and climate is a global public good. There are talks, to reform the MDBs. We'll talk about this tomorrow, and that will lead us to many other interesting areas if we can make access to water a global public good. Thank you very much.
Absolutely right. Okay, so there are maybe 3 different questions, and some of them are kind of connected. And the one is about this virtual water question. Another is this kind of the trade-off, the conflict, the possible potential conflict between several goals and SDGs, or even that in one sector, and how we can really address that issue. I think this gray infrastructure, nature-based solution is also part of this question about the conflict and the trade-off. And then I wanna go to that this MDB question a little separately. So who can take that the question? Any of the question? Yep.
Thanks for the questions. Yeah, I think I'll sort of come to a question relating to nature-based solutions and prioritization, and hopefully that includes some of the trade-off issues as well. I mean, I think what we would like to see is the values that sit behind the trade-offs that we're making starting to look much more at the world that we're living in now. So, typically we might have seen trade-offs on large infrastructure that look at very specific revenue streams and quite narrow range of benefits and localized impacts around where the funding should go ahead, where the permitting should go ahead. And of course, now we need to see those extended generally to a much more systemic view, a whole catchment or a whole river basin view, given the baseline that we're currently working from, which is on the whole highly impacted systems that are really kind of hanging on by a thread. And I think the issue is really important that you raise around, nature-based solutions can't solve every problem. But if we at least start prioritizing them into the suite of solutions, then we stand a chance of reaping many more benefits. So yes, we can bring in a constructed or a restored wetland to reduce phosphate contamination in a river, but I don't then want to drink the water that's coming out of that wetland. We still need further engineered treatment to develop drinking water quality. But I think what we've neglected for too long is a high level, we've built up a high level of confidence in engineered solutions. And so, that speaks better to an investment audience. We've seen nature-based solutions kind of relegated to what we've been calling in the industry piloting purgatory. We've been piloting nature-based solutions for almost my entire career, which is quite a long time. And we've proven so many at a pilot scale, but we're now on the cusp of needing to extend those to basin scale and national scale and normalizing that as part of our decision making. So it's not to say that we literally throw out the baby with the bathwater, but let's acknowledge that a wetland could treat 90% of that bathwater, and we may then need, final treatment before we're ready for drinking water quality as well. So the way that we've made decisions in the past that prioritize engineered level confidence and shareholder primacy over the impacts that we're seeing in the commons has led us to make many decisions where we have inadequately taken account of the cumulative impact. And that's when we see that 83% decline in our freshwater biodiversity over the last 40 years, because we've literally suffered a death by 1,000 cuts. We need to start adding those cuts together now and making the trade-offs at the scale that makes sense. Thanks.
Thanks much. You want to say anything or you want to move?
I'm sort of feeling provocative this morning, but sort of on the avocado question, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, it struck me that there's an analogy there with bottled water, because at the end of the day, some of this does come down to consumer behavior. And I just feel like with all the questions that we've received as a panel, I think financing is sort of one tool, but there's many other tools in the toolbox, and you know, and sort of, you know, communications, advocacy, regulation, those are all very powerful tools as well. And I think so, just maybe starting on this access, and I'm not sure if you meant drinking water, but just access to drinking water. I mean, we shouldn't forget it's a human right, right? And so we have this idea that, okay, a global public good has implications for finance, but at the end of the day, there is a state obligation to progressively you know, put in place or extend drinking water services. So I feel like, and it was interesting because I remember talking in WHO with my my colleagues from the economics side of things, and they were talking about, you know, you don't actually, I might be getting this slightly wrong or over exaggerating, but it's just, we think about cost benefit analysis and this need to prove things are beneficial, but at some of these things you actually just have to pay for, irrespective of the balance sheet, because they're so important. So but I fully agree with you. I mean, I think it's great to have, you know, sort of this obligation, but also it makes sense economically in trying to make that work. On the balance between this issue of infrastructure and sort of ecosystem services, I'm kind of speculating a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that the balance needs to shift away from infrastructure and a little bit more to, because when we just talk with governments about such things as source water protection, in the context of drinking water supply, again, it's not really something that is discussed, and we have a real hard time putting risk management plans in place where, you know, all this complexity of looking at, you know, say agricultural pollution, industrial pollution, all the things affecting a catchment are, and all the actors that influence a catchment are actually taken care of somehow. And it comes down to, okay, well, this is very hard to deal with, so we're just going to put in some treatment. And that's expensive, and it's also not sustainable because some of this stuff we can't really treat that well. So I just feel like, yes, there's a balance, but I feel like we're kind of a little bit too much still on the technology side. I don't know, there's some other ones here, but oh, on the sorry, can I take one more? I'll just be quiet. Yeah.
Okay, good. You can keep it because I want to also go through the end. There is a, yeah, in the front row.
Thank you, speakers. What a fabulous and thought-provoking panel so far. I've really enjoyed it, particularly the piece about accounting, because I'm a bit of a geek. My name is Kate Lamb. I'm the Global Director of Water Security at CDP. You'll probably hear my voice a few times over the next few days, so apologies in advance for that. I've got a question for you, Bruce, associated with these national accounts. I really love the idea of national water accounts, and I think clearly where money is spent is going to be important to track. But it becomes even richer if we then build in and weave through the benefits of that. Because clearly what we want, based on Johan's introduction earlier, is for Kenya to care about what happens in the DRC with regards to land use change, investments in energy, investments in agriculture, investments in access, because it directly affects the flow of water and the availability that Kenya has, or the other way around, Kenya's sharing and providing water into DRC. And so if we can enhance that, I wonder whether you've thought about how do you weave, or maybe you haven't because the science is so new and fresh, but maybe there's an avenue there of weaving in the implications of those investments. So how much water has been made available or maybe has been lost as a result of the investments that have been made or the investments that haven't been made, and ensuring not only that the investments in water are captured in these accounts, but that the investments in land use management and change, investments in energy are also captured in those accounts, so that we tell a full and comprehensive story and ensure that the new indicator of water made available as a result of that plan is the thing that DRC is focused on for Kenya, for example. And where there are shifts there, you start to get a stronger level of accountability between nations. And the implications of all of this, of course, is that it takes water outside of the water box. Clearly, we need to think about how this issue is addressed in trade agreements, in the rules that are governing multinational corporations and multinational finance institutions. And there's a lot to unpack, but it's a really exciting area, and one, Bruce, I'd love to see whether your thinking is going in the same direction or whether I'm completely off track.
Thank you so much. Let's go for a few more hands. Yeah.
Good morning, I'm Elisabeth Lichterhoeft from IGREC. I would like to just mention and ask, I think that the main gap has been and still is from the water sector on measuring the impact of all the issues we have been discussing on the project and the at pilot scale, and I speak from the groundwater sector, and it's really a huge gap for in order to show the impact of groundwater on societal and economic sector. So, but I think it's an issue for all the water sector, and I know. I mean, that wash sector have done a much improvement in measuring impact, and now we are able to say that $1 invested as a multiplier effect, no? But the problem is that the impact can only be measured after the end of the project and in the long term, and so this should the question is, how can the financing sector take into account this this issue? Because once we are able to measure impact and we have evidence of impact of actions like nature-based solutions, we are able to put and to push the political agenda. So yeah, this is my question.
It's a very good, important question. I want to take one more. Yes.
Yes, hello, good morning. Rick Hogeboom, Water Footprint Network. With much interest, I've listened to especially the presentation by Johan Rockström, because also we are quite interested in establishing a planetary boundary, both on blue water and on green water. But I can't help that I'm left with the feeling that we are making things even more complex than they are necessary at the moment. Even within science, there's a lot of debate on how to define this planetary boundary, exactly what it means, what happens when you get outside of the 95th confidence interval, etc., which is great food for scientists. And I definitely do not want to undermine that in any way. But I think that especially from a non-water community, the finance community, is already hard enough to grasp some of the concepts that are being put forward here. And I think there's lower hanging fruit than to engage in difficult discussions on precipitation sheds. And I think that some of the things have been touched on, like, let's start accounting. What part of the flow do we alter with our finances? Can we do water footprint accounting of our portfolios? Can we disclose on water? Give it some attention, because what we have seen in the projects that we've done together with the finance industry is that there's a major bridge to be crossed in terms of building understanding in the finance community of water in the first place. It's not on the agendas. So let's start with the basics and the low-hanging fruit, do some accounting, give it some attention, and then we can go into the advanced stuff, as we have heard.
Yeah, thank you so much. Even I don't know that if the accounting is a low-hanging fruit or not, but
no, sure, we can
we can have that discussion later. I want to take one more question from the back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the excellent panel. My name is David Boys, with the Global Trade Union Federation, representing workers in water, called Public Services International. As this whole meeting and I think the Finance Roundtable and the UN system all seems to be headed towards what we call the enabling environment to facilitate the entry of private capital, the for-profit actors. How can we agree to more stringently control for people and planet the behavior of corporations impacting on what we're seeing as this wide supply chain of water? And a corollary question, and I suggest this isn't only for this session, but it's going to be stuff we need to address over the 3 days, is how to strengthen governments, including at local levels, such that they can make decisions, for example, about land use, when we know big real estate corporations have tons of influence in decisions made at community local levels. So these are just fairly narrow questions, but they lead to much broader ones. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's not just a narrow, it's a very broad, significant questions. Thank you. Does anybody, fellow panelists, want to go for that? I mean, all of those 3 questions, 3 interventions. Actually, I also would like to ask the Laurent to talk a little bit about it. Let me also introduce the 2 comments I got from the online. That the first one is very much related to maybe avocado question or beyond. How can we move away from the current economic system based on the increasing consumption to a more like a profoundly different one? So this is a beyond avocado, it's a very serious, important question. So that then I want to take this one too. But then another comment, which is maybe meant to more so the scientists, it's important to include it in the definition of the global hydrological cycle, not only a quantities of water, but also the quality of the water available. And to this regard, that then an important link was to be made with the impact of the pollution on the freshwater resources and on biodiversity. So it's a very important question that I raised. So with that, and I just want to ask my fellow panelists and who want to take which question. Yes, yeah, Lauren, please.
Yeah,
help us.
Yeah, so I can appreciate your comment that some of these concepts with the precipitation sheds and the atmospheric basins, it's maybe getting a bit overly complex, but the intervention we bring really is about the stability in the hydrological cycle that we've become used to, and that it's in the Anthropocene, it cannot really be expected anymore. So we are changing how green water and blue water is partitioned, and it's not as, so the stability, I think, is something that economics assumes that the freshwater input to land, the precipitation is relatively stable and then can be, divided up in a cost-effective way or an efficient way. And so we just would like to remind that this stability we've become used to is we're already experiencing changes in how the water is partitioned. And yeah, we have been, the science has been saying so and showing different evidence for decades. So we just come with some more that we think is quite interesting, these interdependencies. So we're quite used to the regional interdependencies we have with transboundary water issues and groundwater basins and surface water basins. So we just offer that these atmospheric basins connect us globally, also regionally, but those connections are not necessarily felt equally by all countries. So to Kate's question, or I don't know about the accounting, how this works, but it's a challenge would be that there's different typologies of this interdependency with the countries, where some countries will, maybe the majority of their precipitation shed or their source is oceanic, which is stable and plentiful. If you're a country, a basin, and any area where your precipitation source is dominated by terrestrial evaporation, this is much more variable. You're also reliant on land use decisions that are out of your agency. So, and then your own land use decisions then affect downwind. But this, the way this is experienced between countries is different if you have an oceanic or a terrestrial source and how these connections are made. So asking all countries to maybe account for this and to think collectively where maybe you don't experience this interdependency and this vulnerability and the risk in the same way. Ideally, like, maybe it doesn't come through in the map so well, but these red and blue areas where they overlap, like a purple hue should have come through. And this is actually where there's recycling of the precipitation, meaning that your own internal evaporation contributes to your own precipitation. You could think of this as having some self-sufficiency or self-reliance on your precipitation source. Your own land use decisions, your own policy and management decisions impact your own precipitation. It's a nice position to be in, probably, to be a country with a high amount of precipitation self-sufficiency. But if you're reliant on the ocean, that's maybe also nice because it's a plentiful source, but also there's increased evaporation from climate change. So maybe this is actually sending a little too much your way sometimes. And yeah, so these are my comments there, at least from the hydrological modeling perspective. I leave the
Yeah, thank you so much, Rory. I'm very happy to have you as a scientist to answer this the question. So in next 10 minutes, towards 12:30, which when that we end this session, that we want to do a little bit of the wrap up. But so when that I just want to ask each of the panelists that when you handle some of the question, if you could also sense that if you want to say the leave something this audience, could you maybe start with either the Bruce, Maitri, or Christian?
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And give me 5 minutes to wrap up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, also completely, support the issue about this is just getting more and more complicated. I feel your pain on that. But, I think in terms of it resetting the context within which we make decisions and trade-offs, it's important to take that into account, how far we actually have to kind of work through the accounting process, I think is up for debate. And hopefully there are tools. I have to now punt WWF's tool called the water risk filter that helps people who don't engage with this on a daily basis see their critical water risks where they are in their basin, in their supply chains. And help to make some sense of that. So definitely kind of distilling the signal from, it's not noise, but it's certainly incredibly complicated. A lot of these issues around it's really important. I'm really happy that we had a specific question on groundwater because, in South Africa, we call groundwater our hidden treasure. That was coined by one of our ministers there. And, this is a natural asset in a lot of basins that is hugely undervalued and not appreciated until we get the next big drought. And that's exactly what happened to us in Cape Town. We had a 3-year mega drought when the dams nearly ran dry and we nearly got to day 0. And all of a sudden, everybody was drilling boreholes and everybody wanted to access groundwater rather than surface water, including the city engineers who, for the preceding 20 years had said, well, at the moment, we're getting surface water at 40 cents. This is rands and cents, not US cents, 40 cents a kiloliter. Groundwater is going to cost us potentially R2 a kiloliter. It's not viable. We're not going to invest in understanding the impact, how to use aquifers better, how to mainstream that into our water supply system. But of course, come the drought, and this is why I keep going on about context, the context for the trade-offs changed because the alternative was suddenly not surface water at 40 cents a kiloliter, but desalination at 40 rands a kiloliter. And none of which could be brought on stream in time, neither drilling boreholes nor constructing desalination plants. So this issue about the climate crisis forcing us into new extremes of managing water and the natural bases, including aquifers from which those come, cannot be emphasized strongly enough, because it completely shifts the economics of water and the economics of the trade-offs that we're making, and how ready we have to be to assess those impacts, and in this case on groundwater dependent ecosystems, which are really critical in the Fynbos ecosystem in the Cape, in that area. So I think that's why I really want to kind of end with an emphasis on understanding what the climate crisis and the nature crisis mean for us within the water sector, and how that affects the economics of water and the decisions that we need to take around financing water and the infrastructure that would enable equity, are really, really critical. It shifts the lens fundamentally, and it shifts the endpoints. And just as a final point, I just want to come back to that one slide that Johan had right at the beginning, which had that small, completely terrifying phrase in it that said, we're looking at a potential point at which the biome ceases to become a carbon sink. Now, photosynthesis requires carbon dioxide and H2O. The two go together. So for these drying areas of the globe where carbon uptake is going to be severely water limited, this is something that we really need to take into account. And this is an additional reason why we need to focus on building back greener, and in some places building back wetter, with nature-based solutions at the center of our water infrastructure and water planning. And please, please remember, as we talk about how do we finance a more water secure world, water doesn't come from a tap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The organizer just give me 10 more minutes because we started this session at 10:40. So, but then we can have an opportunity to also hear from Maitri, and also the booth, and for your wrap up, responding the question, and also wrap up. Yeah, remain. Please give me 5 minutes.
The questions, I think a lot of you raised are questions that even I have. But really responding to two questions that were raised, I'm only going to attempt, I don't know if this is definitive, is how do, I'm so sorry. You can hear me now? I think just responding to two questions. I think the first one was, how can local communities make a decision when there is an arena of land grabbing and land mafia that happens? I think in a way, legal mechanisms is what helps in preventing this, not fully, but certainly a part of it. And what happens from the practice that I have seen is a lot of lands have been demarcated. What should be used for industrial, what should be used for agricultural, what needs to be used for commercial purposes. So one way is to make the legal mechanisms very strong. That's just one way that I could think of from my own practice. The other question is, how do you move away from increased consumerism? I think the very answer is the choices we make essentially is what is going to move away. And frankly, the avocados, there are more avocados also because there's a demand for avocados. It's a delicacy that people like it. So the choices you make, maybe pick up indigenous fruits or indigenous varieties. So really making those conscious decisions, while on one hand, it's important that we have robust financial mechanisms. But on the other hand, it's equally important that as an individual, what are the choices we make towards really establishing that? I think that's also very crucial in this whole conversation of looking at alternative ways of financing. So yes, I think, thank you. Frankly, it's been more learning for me than me sharing my experience.
Very happy to hear that. So Bruce, your final word.
Thank you. And I'm happy to go after you, Maitreyi, because I think at the end of the day, It's about using our voices to influence politicians. Because at the end of the day, like I like the comment about simplification, right? Because all this system of accounts and planetary boundaries and blah, blah, blah. Like if we're not able to actually approach a decision maker and get some political will built with good evidence-based arguments that are simple enough to understand, then I don't think we're going to get the public funding that we need. So Kate, and this is a really good point, and I think I mean, this is kind of looking a bit into the future, but I think it has proven, you know, difficult but possible to just get the basics of national WASH accounts in a reasonably narrow kind of part of the water kind of world, the WASH world kind of done. But then when the next questions are, you know, have the investments been efficient? What's the impact been? You know, what are the benefits? And so all the things you talk about, I think, are ultimately, you know, kind of like the kind of jewels that we need to kind of pursue, but we need that base kind of you know, kind of table of expenditure to kind of as a starting point. Because I think one of the things we've found with some of the countries we've worked with is sometimes the water sector isn't necessarily the most kind of attractive sector to invest in from the finance ministry perspective. And so if they can see that we can produce this kind of data with discipline, you know, comparability, these kind of things, and they're able to plan and to kind of allocate funding, you know, a little bit better. And I just want to say, maybe I'll just end with this whole prevention thing, because, you know, it's interesting to kind of think about how, you know, costs are born, but like we do have to kind of tear the system up. One example is you have an industry and it produces, let's just say, product X, and then it pollutes as part of that process. 20 years later, some scientists are doing some water monitoring, have more analytical detection nowadays, and they find a pollutant. And then some regulator pores over all this data and decides, okay, well, actually there's a risk to human health. And then they regulate. And so the water treatment plant has to actually bear these costs and actually treat the water. So what needs to change? First of all, there's been 20 years of exposure, so people are already getting sick. Second of all, it's more expensive. And we can't wait for the science like this. We can't regulate way too late like this. That's the model that we're working with. And I'm sure there's better examples with more cost implications that all of you have. But at the end of the day, that regulation needs to happen sooner. And it needs to take into account these uncertainties and allow for uncertainties and sort of say, okay, we need to regulate a little bit ahead of that whole process, or we're going to be stuck where we are.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the Bruce, to give me a little bit of this sense of, how can I say? So it's time for us to wrap up. And I just want to start with my, actually the comment made by the end of this corner that you mentioned that we are adding maybe unnecessary complexity by bringing the green water, or say that the hydrological cycle as a global common good. I was quite struck by that, because to me that the planetary boundary is the easiest way to understand, me as a non-scientist, to understand what kind of relationship we are with nature. So I found it quite striking. But then the conclusion was also striking, that you said that an accounting is maybe low-hanging to Bruce, and that to me, the accounting is much more difficult than understanding planetary boundaries. But I agree with you that you know, what we need to do to see that if we are breaching the planetary boundaries, if we are disturbing the stability of the Earth system, and we were entering together with nature and then the climate crisis and water together, we really have to find a way how we can really transform the current system, which is basically in collision course with the stability of the Earth system. That's what we are discussing, and that's why that we are also talking about how we can really shift the financing mechanism. And what I take away from this and very exciting provocative discussion is that at a macro level, or at an how can I say, entire economy level, I think that what are the levers to shift the current system. I think we have pointed out that what we are missing is actually the valuing the natural capital, including water. And if we really do that, then the valuation of the true value, true cost of the natural capital and water, it will actually give us a lot of instruments to address this trade-off issue, that the consumption issue. The Avogadro should tell us that how much water stress it causes, then we can have an informed decision. So the fact we are really missing is this information or the valuation exercise, which does so far quite ignore the externalities or true cost, the true value of the natural capital. So to me, the first step to change the system, what the so-called action level is doing this valuation right. And then which is also the answer to the Kitty's question that we have so much of the externalities that in the current system. So that the valuation exercise and identifying the true cost and true value of the natural capital, including water, seems to be the first point, and which leads to this also accounting system. The current accounting system, or actually national account, doesn't necessarily have also the natural capital account. So that not only the health account, the water account, we really want to have a natural capital accounting system in the national accounting. And then that we need also the level of the teeth of how the corporate and the financing system to be changed. That's where this disclosure become extremely important. And I was very excited at the COP15 of the Montreal that there is almost so close to make it mandatory to ask the big companies to disclose that the risks of materiality, double materiality. And I hope that in few years time that it become like TCFD to ask the company to make it mandatory. That will completely change the rule of the game in my expectation. So let's go for that. And I'm hoping that so far the approach is mostly from risk point of view, that the challenge is how we can really transform into the value point of view. That's another important thing. And I cannot really not to mention this and the importance of the data platform, because we are all struggling in our own silo and how to make it, accounted. But then if we are really do it right, and then we can answer that the Avogadro question, that how much, not just the water, but then the stress that caused by avocado production to us, not only just the water, but the entire natural capital system. And then that we, the consumers, can have an informed decision. To me, that is another important thing. And then one takeaway from this, the science part is that it's a global, but it's also regional. And most of the decision making, even if we do it right, that the accounting or the valuation, still a lot that maybe regional setup may be close to come up with a best decision, because we were able to bring all the stakeholders along the watershed or the catchment or the river basin community together, so that we can reflect those and the various, so far not really monetized value together to come up with the same kind of decision making. So it's more like an operationalized level of discussion, but it still leaves a bit of the room that how we really want to address global common a part of the question, because that science clearly tells us that we disturbed so many that the planetary boundaries together. It's not only water, so we need to find a way to get the water out of the water sector, and we try to address this global common issue. And the one important question that how does it happen, that how we can really shift the current system towards the new system, the new approach. It is the $1,000,000 question, the $1,000,000,000 question we need all addressed together. But just based on today's discussion, doing this on economics right, and try to put them actually the monetary price on the natural capital, even if some of us are very allergic to talk about putting the price on nature, I think we have to get over that kind of fear, or that so that that economic decision cannot be made based on that science. So And by doing that, I hope that putting the price on the externality will behave, will shift that a lot of behavior, either be it the corporate and the citizens and the investors, and hopefully at the national government. So that will be maybe the way to go. And I hope that those kind of input that the discussion point will lead to or feed into this water action agenda in terms of actually addressing the materiality and talking about engagement way and talking about how we can really shift the system transformation. So these are maybe our input towards that water action agenda. So with that, almost everybody, thank you so much for the engagement, and I really appreciate the panelists and the audience, and including in this room, but online. I was asked to also inform you that we have to come back at 5 minutes before 2, that the next session, which is moderated by Manfredo, our fellow commissioner, that starts at 2 o'clock. So please come back hopefully 5 minutes before 2. Thank you so much. Have a good lunch.
I would like to check my presentation. Ines?
Yes, it works. Your presentation works. We can hear you as well, but we didn't get the video.
Yeah. Is this okay?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Not audible?
You can stop sharing now. Thanks. Amazing.
Can I encourage us to take our seats, please? Too short to be able to get there. Okay, is it good? Yeah. Well, let me welcome you to this afternoon session. It's always difficult to regroup after lunch, particularly the good lunch that we had today. But we are here to apply our minds, building on the good foundation that was laid this morning. I welcome you to this panel that will focus on how to define development in relation to the planetary boundary on freshwater. The panel we have is very diverse, and I hope you'll be challenged enough to actively participate in challenging their notions, but also bringing your own views to the table. I just want to make a few remarks to set the scene, and then we'll go to our panelists. We have been challenged to define how and what development is in relation to this planetary boundary of freshwater. But at the same time, we're talking about water and economics at the same time. So development has become associated with economics, particularly having been at the World Bank, I know it. But economics has increasingly been subsumed by finance. The language of development also needs to be reimagined. We talk effortlessly about developed and developing, but what do we mean? What does it mean to be developed? And if you are developing, towards which end? Water as the lifeblood of all life challenges us to rethink development through the lens of what is of value, what values are we going to use to assess the value of water, and what valuations are ascribed to water as the source of life and the lifeblood of life. But as we talk about the economics of water and water financing, this morning I listened very attentively. I didn't hear anything about legacy issues. We are not starting from a blank page. We're starting from very deep, painful legacies from across the globe. And so we are encouraged by COP27's focus on loss and damage, so that we can, in accepting water and the hydrological system as the global public or global common good, we must also acknowledge and accept the legacy that we build our understandings on. I want to give you a very short story, which is a real story about my country. This is a story of a clash of values between, I'm sorry for the Dutch people in the room, the Dutch sailors who landed in my country in 1652 and met the Khoi people who saw these ragged, very sick, some dying sailors.
Didn't matter what they looked like, but they were human. And so the response of the indigenous people was to nurse these people to life. But then comes the time for departure. And what do these sailors do? The Khoi people, when they fetch water from the Table Mountain Springs, they first give thanks because water is sacred to them. And you don't waste water, you don't just spill water. And the Dutch take water in these big drums and splash it all over. And it was a painful experience for the indigenous people to watch this. But we often talk about values without necessarily seeing just the impact of different value systems on how and what we value and what we don't value. So I thought it would be important to put that on the table so that as we talk about a water action plan, we have a bigger frame against which we are looking at it. Because we've got to see how can we close the gap between the values, the value of water, and the valuations that we ascribe to water. Second point I want to make is that development has to be understood beyond the material things to make it broader, to embrace the promotion of global equity for a healthy planet. The essence of who we are as human beings is to be connected, interconnected, interdependent. We are at our happiest as human beings when we are in supportive, affirming relationships. And I think we need to bring that frame into the development agenda. The third point I want to make is, what can we learn from the findings that were reported recently in the journal Nature that demonstrated that if we were to create the conditions for global equity where each one of the 8 billion people on our planet have decent living standards. In such a scenario, their models showed that, in fact, the requirements for energy for our global community would only be 40% of the current use. Now think about it. Global equity gives you a bonus or 60% energy savings. The question is, what would be the equivalent in water if we were to have this decent living standards for every human being, and the use of water would clearly be different. But I speak as someone who has lost touch with my roots. And so on our panel today, we have someone who remains in touch with those very sacred and important values. Sandra Chinko, she is the leader of the people who find themselves and are taking care of our biosystems in Guatemala. She's going to speak in Spanish because we are not evolved enough as the Water Commission to think about multiple languages. My colleague, Carlos Pereira, who's from the Club of Rome, she's a colleague there. She's a vice president of the Club of Rome and a native Spanish speaker from Spain. He will help us to make sure that we can have a live conversation with Sandra. Sandra?
Shkarichi Bonohesh, Hun Rutsi Livet, Yikotre Hun Tarigre in Koyuken, in Kawamarchive, Rumai in Ivashak, Kamahon in Utu, Revis Makuma, Kiribatit, in Mamak, in Bash Timbir, Kohon Tatsir Marukamonta. Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todas, a todos. Quiero agradecer primero a Mampela por la invitación que me ha hecho para poder estar acá y que mi intervención sea posible, y también a Carlos por la traducción, que creo que esto es uno de los primeros impedimentos, ¿no? El hecho de que todavía en espacios donde debería haber más diversidad de los idiomas, que ustedes saben que son sistemas de pensamiento, todavía tengamos estas limitaciones con el idioma, y espero poder hoy aportar algunos elementos que también puedan ir rompiendo con esa idea de la monocultura, ¿no? La única lengua, el único idioma, y también así la única visión de la existencia.
Hello, everybody. As you have noticed, the first sentences were not said in Spanish, but in Sandra's own language, from indigenous language from Guatemala. She was thanking everybody, in particular Mampela and myself and the Commission, for the opportunity to share with you her ideas, and highlighting, the need for more diversity also in terms of language, because she says languages are systems of thinking, and we need a multiplicity of perspectives. And then it's also a call for diversity in languages in this room.
Y en este mismo sentido quiero iniciar mencionando que para los pueblos originarios el agua va mucho más allá, ¿no? de lo que reconocemos como un líquido incoloro que no tiene sabor, ¿no? Y que no se trata únicamente de un átomo de oxígeno y 2 de hidrógeno, sino que estamos hablando de un sistema de vida, y eso implica un ecosistema, ¿no? Implica territorio, y por ende implica interconexión con el entorno, y eso quiere decir una conexión entre el espacio y el tiempo. Y para los pueblos, espacio y tiempo significa memoria histórica, significa también la vida cotidiana, y principalmente la complejidad que representa el agua en nuestra cultura, representada en deidades, en sitios sagrados como son los cenotes, las cuevas y otras formas en el que el agua se ha representado por miles de años.
So in the thinking of originary peoples, water is much more. It goes beyond its physical properties and its description as a physical element. It's a life system, and it means many more things, and it represents also the connection with the territory, with the environment, with the physical environment, and with time and space, and hence also a relationship with culture, with history, the memory of history, but also daily life. And this relationship is cultivated in a number of ways, and through a number of places in the environment, and through worshipping also some specific deities to represent this element, this strongly symbolic element of water.
Y menciono esto porque es importante que no olvidemos que cuando hablamos sobre las problemáticas alrededor del agua, no podemos dejar de hablar de capitalismo, de colonización, de extractivismo, y eso tiene que ver con una ideología de devastación, una ideología también de invasión, y que en el caso de los pueblos originarios se contrapone, ¿no? Porque nuestra ideología y nuestra cosmovisión concibe el agua no como un recurso explotable, sino como un ente que está vivo. Y esto quiere decir que no puede ser poseído y que no es individual, sino que implica que estamos hablando de un ser, ¿no? Que tiene derechos y que por lo tanto en eso radica su complejidad.
Yes, and So the reference to history means that in the perspective of the originary peoples, we cannot talk about water without also talking about the history and capitalism and colonization and extractivism and devastation and invasion, all these concepts which are in the history of the relationship between the originary peoples and the peoples coming from other places. And the originary peoples have a very different cosmovision, worldview on what water means. And in that worldview, in that cosmovision, water is a living being. It's not a resource to be exploited. It is a living being with its own rights, and then it cannot be possessed by individuals.
Es por esto que el vínculo de los pueblos con el agua es uno de los elementos que provoca que los pueblos originarios sean los principales guardianes de la biodiversidad, del ecosistema que existe, y esto responde con esta cosmovisión o esta ideología de la que les he hablado. Y ha representado, o su importancia tiene que ver directamente con que sin el agua no podemos producir nuestros alimentos, nuestra medicina, y en nuestra historia milenaria podemos comprobar cómo, para dar un ejemplo, los pueblos milenarios mayas desarrollaron conocimientos de ingeniería hidráulica, de los cuales podríamos aprender mucho ahora si conociéramos toda esa otra o esas otras historias que existen.
So the originary peoples conceive their relationship with water and in general biodiversity based on the worldview which was mentioned before as a role of guardians of biodiversity, as a fundamental element providing food and medicine and many more things to the people. And it would be helpful to go back to the history of those people. So, for instance, to discover and bring to now what, for instance, the Maya peoples were able to do in terms of hydraulic engineering.
Y como les decía al principio, el idioma, al ser un sistema de pensamiento, refleja mucho lo que es una cultura. En nuestras culturas originarias, el agua tiene que ver más con un ser viviente que se manifiesta en el idioma, ¿no? Cuando decimos Rikatatahob, que podríamos traducir como nuestro padre lluvia, Rakenya como los pies del agua, Rakenhop como los pies de la lluvia, Kateruachulef como nuestra madre tierra. Estamos hablando de un elemento, de un ente viviente, ¿no? No únicamente como algo individual separado del ecosistema, del entorno, ¿no? De la naturaleza.
So to illustrate how this idea of water as a living being is integrated, is an integral part of the language of, she mentioned a number of expressions from her own language, which can be translated in a way which makes very clear that water is considered as a living being, like our father rain, the feet of water, the feet of rain, are our mother earth.
Entonces es por eso que, les dejo estas preguntas, ¿no? ¿De quién es la responsabilidad realmente de la escasez del agua y de los efectos del cambio climático? ¿Y quiénes son los que están viviendo los costos de esto? Quien protege el agua es quien menos tiene acceso al agua. Y esto representa, no solo el pueblo de donde yo vengo, sino que es la realidad de decenas de pueblos originarios que son además quienes principalmente están viviendo en carne propia todos los efectos de la escasez del agua, la contaminación y el cambio climático, que mientras en algunos lugares llueve demasiado, lo cual antes no era así, en otros la falta de lluvia está afectando directamente a la población, y vengo de un país donde la mayor parte de la gente sufre desnutrición crónica.
So she wants to leave here in the context of this meeting some questions about the responsibility for climate change and for water scarcity. Where does it come from, and who are the peoples living with the costs, with the consequences of and suffering the consequences of water scarcity, pollution, drought, the consequences of climate change as well, as lived by the dozens of originary peoples, not only the people from where Sandra is coming. And by the way, she comes from a country where the majority of the population is underfed. And so the situation is that the peoples protecting the water and the biodiversity are those who are suffering the most from water scarcity, climate change, and so on.
Es por eso que el principal enemigo del agua para nosotras y para nosotros es el extractivismo, la industrialización, el capitalismo. Y somos quienes menos vivimos en países industrializados, donde se extrae toda la materia prima que se procesa y que se vende en el extranjero, y quienes prácticamente vivimos en estados corruptos y coloniales que criminalizan a las personas que están protegiendo el agua en sus diversas manifestaciones. No solo el agua como un bien individual, sino el agua como un sistema que necesita de todos los entes para poder existir.
So in the perspective of her people, the enemy of water is actually extractivism, industrialization, capitalism, and these economic processes in which water and other goods are extracted from countries to be exported to other countries, and where the people live, the people who do the most to protect the water are those suffering the most, and are those who have less access to that, and not only that they are mistreated by corrupt and colonial states who are repressing the peoples who are protecting the water.
Es por esto que no podemos dejar de hablar del agua sin que esto implique una discusión política, porque las normativas no están acorde a la situación climática, y tampoco las políticas económicas, que en el caso de países subdesarrollados, como nos llaman, pues estamos sujetos a las decisiones y a las prácticas de países de primer mundo, como les dicen, que están viviendo o mejor dicho, su nivel de vida es a costa de lo que está pasando en nuestros territorios. Eso implica destrucción, devastación, empobrecimiento y colonialismo.
So then from the questions asked previously, it's clear that no discussion on water can happen without a political discussion on the tension between the countries so-called underdeveloped or developing and the so-called first world or developed countries, where in this system where the countries and the peoples in the countries which are protecting the water are the victims of a system of exploitation and impoverishment.
El acceso al agua entonces es un privilegio que en el que además el papel de las mujeres y de las niñas en los territorios donde no hay acceso al agua potable, por ejemplo, implican condiciones de vida realmente complicadas, pero también que la mayor parte de las personas que no tienen acceso al agua potable, para dar un ejemplo, pertenecen a los pueblos originarios o a los pueblos que han sido históricamente empobrecidos. Esto por el racismo y la colonización que todavía existe lastimosamente. Y que muchas de estas comunidades además han sido desplazadas a ciudades en donde los espacios que les han dado implican empobrecimiento y lugares que incluso donde el agua llega una vez al mes o en su defecto llega al menos cada 2 semanas. ¿Se pueden imaginar qué es vivir de esa manera? Donde el agua para beber, para poder asearse, para comer, llegue una vez al mes.
So in our country and not only in our country, it's clear access to water is still a privilege, and this affects particularly women and girls who are the most biggest victims of this process, which is a process in which racism and colonization are still very much alive, and the original peoples are those who suffer from the having less access to water, and have been also often displaced to cities, but to places in the cities where the access to water is very scarce, and in many cases they only have access to water once per month or once every 2 weeks.
Y para ir concluyendo entonces, el impacto de la minería, la agroindustria, los megaproyectos, las hidroeléctricas son responsabilidad de empresarios y de países desarrollados nuevamente, en el que hay nombres, en el que hay rostros que es importante mencionar. Y tan solo para mencionar a uno de ellos, Florentino Pérez, directivo del Real Madrid, un equipo de fútbol muy famoso, que tiene implicaciones muy serias, por ejemplo, en Guatemala, de donde yo soy y donde han habido presos políticos, gente criminalizada, defensoras y defensores encarcelados y asesinados. Es por esto que esta discusión es política y por esto mismo podemos ver cómo detrás de los conflictos y de los problemas detrás del agua, también hay conflictos políticos, como lo que está pasando en Perú y como lo que está pasando o ha pasado, mejor dicho, en Bolivia, en donde el extractivismo, específicamente la intención de explotar y extraer el litio, es una de las cosas que está atentando y va a atentar contra el agua y por lo tanto, contra la vida y la alimentación de sus pueblos. Entonces, les dejo esta pregunta. ¿No habrá que combatir esa cosmovisión que está provocando esta escasez? ¿No habrá que combatir esa cosmovisión que provoca esta devastación y esta inequidad, este cambio climático? No todas y todos tenemos la misma responsabilidad. No todas ni todos somos responsables de la escasez y la contaminación del agua.
So the impact of mining, of agribusiness, of big projects, of big infrastructure, also water infrastructures, is part of these of the landscape she has been describing, and she feels there is no way not to connect that to the responsibility of certain business people and certain countries, certain so-called developed countries, put an example, putting a name on Florentino Perez, who is a very well-known businessman in Spain and top executive president of Real Madrid Football Club. So this wouldn't make many friends if we say it in Madrid between you and me. But of course, all this is political, and as a consequence, water protection is as well political, as we can see also in the background of many political conflicts which are already arising, like the ones in Peru right now, or like the ones in Bolivia, in the case of Bolivia related to extractivism and specifically the exploitation, extraction of lithium, which is having and will have consequences on water and access to water. So the question is, shouldn't we fight this cosmovision, this worldview, which are provoking scarcity, devastation, inequity, climate change, from the realization that not everybody is equally responsible of all this?
Sí. Si los pueblos originarios entonces somos los principales guardianes de la biodiversidad y de los ecosistemas, ¿por qué nuestra voz sigue sin ser escuchada? ¿Y por qué nuestra existencia sigue siendo amenazada por el genocidio de estados coloniales, cuyas grandes potencias, países desarrollados o potencias cuyo nivel de vida, esa vida desarrollada, se sostiene a costa del empobrecimiento de decenas de culturas en el mundo cuyos territorios siguen invadidos? Muchas gracias.
So if the originary peoples are the main guardians of biodiversity and ecosystems, why is our voice still not heard? Why is our existence still threatened by the genocide by colonial states and big powers, whose level of well-being, whose level of lifestyle are sustained on the back of the impoverishment of dozens of cultures in the world, dozens of original cultures in the world whose territories continue to be invaded? And that's the question that she leaves us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. It's clear that the issues you bring to the table are mighty issues that are often not discussed in international fora, but nothing is off the table. And I hope that this will enrich our conversations as we go forward. Our next panelist is Vijay Kumar, who is a man with many achievements. But since September 2016, he has been leading the climate resilient AP community managed natural farming program of the government of Andhra Pradesh. And the important thing is that he is also ex officio the chief secretary of the government natural farming, agriculture and cooperation development. So let's hope, Vijay, that you will have the necessary impact on your government for the benefit of all of us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'll go straight into my presentation because time is short. I hope this presentation is visible.
It is visible. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. So, Madam Chairperson and distinguished panelists and distinguished participants, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I am presenting based on our experience a new paradigm for water. It is our learning, and which I will show through my presentation, that the way we do farming, whether it is in harmony with nature or it is against nature, determines whether we are able to conserve water or we are extracting water, consuming it. So my earnest plea to everyone is, can we look at a paradigm where it is win-win for people and for the planet, for livelihoods and for environment. And the message that I'm going to give is based on our experience, large-scale work in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And it is our vision to take this transformation to agroecology. We call it natural farming, climate resilient natural farming, community managed because it's done by the people themselves. So our state, Andhra Pradesh, is a state in south of India. We have 6 million farmer households and 6 million hectares of farmland, close to 2 million hectares of horticulture. So it's our vision and our dream to enable all the farmers in our state to transform to natural farming. Just 1 or 2 minutes on what is natural farming. It's basically a holistic land management practice that leverages the power of photosynthesis in plants to close the carbon cycle, build soil health, crop resilience, nutrition density, and enable water availability. And these are the principles. Practices are highly diverse, but I believe these are universal principles for regenerative agriculture or natural farming. And since power of photosynthesis is the key, so our first principle is to cover the soil with crops 365 days of the year. There should be crop diversity, trees should be there in the landscape, animals to be integrated into farming, minimum disturbance of soil, and then use the biological stimulants, which are again made from cow dung, cow urine, etc., all the natural products, botanicals, and animal byproducts. So these biostimulants are not biofertilizers. Use them to catalyze soil biology and cover the soil with crop residue and other organic residue, promote farmers' own seeds or indigenous seeds, and pest management through better agronomical practices. And the only red letter in our principle is no synthetic fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, weedicides. My presentation will be on the impact on water, but before that, there are multiple impacts of this approach. And so where are we now? Against a vision of covering 6 million farmers. We started the program in 2016 with about 40,000 participating farmers in 700 villages. And last year, 2021-22, we had reached 630,000 farmers. That means 15 times more farmers. And as on date, we cover 27% of villages of the state, 10% farmers, and 4% area. And this year, we plan to take this to 1 million farmers and 7.5% of the area. So we can take this 6-7 years as a incubation period, because over the next 8 years, I need to take this to 6 million farmers. There are several things which are unique in our approach. First and foremost is we are dealing with small and marginal farmers, where women farmers have a very major role in land management. The transition of a farmer from conventional chemical agriculture to natural farming, regenerative agriculture takes 3 to 5 years. And the important point in our case is we do not provide any cash incentives during transition, and nor do we promise any market premium after transition. But we do provide a very good hand-holding support. And this is done, this transformation process is driven by farmers themselves. So that's why it's called community managed farming. So we have now 10,000 champion farmers who are then in turn supported by their mentors and the state government to take this behavior change to every farmer in these villages. And most important in our case is the role of the women collectives. We have 200,000 women self-help groups and their federations, which are doing this close hand-holding support, which is required during the transformation. We also are partnering with many national and global research institutions. We are looking at farmers' own innovations. So it's a continuous, to forward and backward or top down and bottom up movement of knowledge, practices, innovations from farmers to scientific institutions. The state government supports this, provides resources, provides the convening power. We're also supported by the KfW Bank, Germany, and we're supported by two philanthropies. Azim Premji Philanthropy supported us with a grant of $20 million US, and Co-Impact is supporting us with a grant of $15 million US. So the idea is to transform the whole state, and in the last 6-7 years, we have reached 10%. So which we believe is a tipping point to take us towards the universalization. What have been the impacts? So first and most important impact has been on the livelihoods. People's costs have come down, the yields are higher. So there's a very significant increase in net income. So this method of agriculture is protecting livelihoods of farmers. And then there's tremendous savings in water. We are seeing anywhere between 30% to 60% savings in water because of the natural farming practices. And when we come to the environmental side, we see resilience, we see greater soil porosity, greater biodiversity, and these impacts start almost from the first year itself. They keep improving as time passes. So what we are doing has positive impacts on livelihoods, on the planet. So it's both people and planet through working in harmony with nature rather than working against nature. And coming to water, through the natural farming processes, we are seeing that the soils are becoming more porous. So there's greater water infiltration. And because of carbon getting into the soils, there's greater water holding capacity. But what is unique is we are able to harness water vapor for irrigation. And I would like to show you a 2-minute video clipping made for UNCCD. Is it audible? I'm sorry. Is it audible?
Yet audible?
Audible, madam. Thank you. This is in.
Not yet.
Oh, 1 second. Let me. Sorry. I think I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can hear it now. Huh? No, it's somebody's phone. Sorry.
Is this audible now, madam?
We can hear it now.
Okay. This is in hot summer. There is no crop anywhere except this plot of field in the center.
Don't see the video now. Just restart. Technology is good when it works. Are you coming right, Vijay?
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
Well, we might have to.
Sorry.
Music is nice.
The music is very nice, but we can't see anything. Just one last try.
One last try. Sorry. Yeah, it's a fantastic, whatever I'm saying is said by
Otherwise,
this
you can
lady.
show it during the course of the discussion if we can't get it right now.
Last one. Ma'am,
Can we try it later in the discussion or what?
yes, ma'am, I will do that. Yes, I'll come
Okay.
back to.
I'm sorry about that, Vijay. We'll come back.
My
Thank you very much.
apologies.
Thank you for your lovely presentation.
Yeah, just 1 minute, madam. I'm just trying to conclude this. Yeah, so this technology of harnessing water from the air, that's what I wanted to show. We started with 11 farmers. Now we've taken it to 600,000 farmers. And this is a major game changer in our work. And we're still trying to figure out where this water is coming up. So we have a lot of scientific institutions working with us. But the basic thing is the water in the air in tropical countries and also over all the countries is up to 50,000 parts per million. And the biological processes that are triggered through natural farming are enabling this water to be harnessed. So there is water from the soil that the biological triggers are enabling to harness. And then after the shoot emergence, because of the hygroscopic nature, and we still are going into the science, we are able to see that even in semi-arid areas, we are able to harness water. So basically this water out of 100 drops which raindrops falling on soils, there's about 50 drops which are being currently lost through runoff and evaporation. So natural farming enables better utilization of water that is being, in my opinion, wasted, and in addition harnesses water from the air. So the point I'm making is, where we look at agriculture as extractive, as consuming water, natural farming in harmony with nature can show that this farming itself can produce more water than it consumes. So this method of agriculture is creating new water, harnessing water from the air, which we have not seen as a resource for crop growth, reduces evaporation losses. The 365 days green cover and crop residue mulching reduces evaporation losses, reduces losses through runoff, and increases water holding capacity. So I just want to conclude by saying that the method of natural farming not only improves livelihoods, but also is a very potent weapon in our fight against climate change. Thank you, madam. Sorry for the confusion on the film.
Thank you, Vijay. My colleagues actually have found, the technical colleagues have found a way of playing your video. If we just wait.
Yes, ma'am.
అట్లే వస్తుంది సార్ జీవామృతం స్ప్రే చేయడం వల్ల. వర్షం కూడా లేకపోయినా ఈ మల్చింగ్ ద్వారా అది ఎప్పుడు పచ్చగానే ఉంటుంది, కాయ పూత ఎప్పుడు జరుగుతూనే ఉంది సార్. మాకు 25 రకాలు రోజు కోయడం రోజు అమ్మడం జరుగుతుంది సార్. రోజు డబ్బులు రావడమే జరుగుతుంది. అందువలన ఈ 50 సెంట్లు 60.
it. We not only have planetary emergencies, but there are people on the ground who are showing us how to emerge out of those emergencies using a large dose of indigenous knowledge and women who are the most reliable custodians and the guardians of biodiversity. Thank you very much, Vijay. We now move, I know we are late, but we have two further colleagues to help us wrap our minds around these issues. The first will be James Dalton, who is a person from a long experience of working with these issues and is now at the IUCN as the water management advisor. And so we have all ears open for you, James, to listen to your advice, because you seem to have been selected as the member of the European Commission Platform on Sustainable Finance. So give us your wisdom.
Thank you very much. I'm not a finance expert, so just to be clear on that. And thank you for inviting me to speak. So if you forgive me, I'm going to go back in time a little bit, and I may disrupt some of the things that have been said so far this morning. And I'm going back in time because I think we learn from the past that helps us face the very uncertain future that we face, in particular around water, climate, and biodiversity. And the reason that I want to go back is that I focused very much on the brief on the phrase organizing principles, that water is an organizing principle for sustainable development, and how do we reframe that concept? So I looked at what exactly do we have as organizing principles for water, and we really only have, that's embedded within the SDGs, integrated water resource management. It's the philosophy and the theology almost of what we've developed since Mar del Plata in 1977, and that's come with us through Rio, the development of the MDGs, and then the SDGs. From that initial concept, it's taken us 38 years to be comfortable with putting IWRM within the SDGs. That's quite shocking that it's taken us that long to really put something together that we can all hang a sort of agreement amongst ourselves with countries that that's what we need to be doing. And we know that the indicators around the SDGs, in particular SDG 6, are off track. It's not unknown. So there's something wrong with that, and I think that's partly our own fault. And I'm going to try and explain what I mean by that. I also think the points this morning about the hydrological cycle being a global public good, a common good, is also very valid. But equally, so is oxygen, and so is our atmosphere. And I think in trying to understand what we take with that information that was presented by Johan, I think we have to understand a little bit about what do we do with that? Is that for educating people? Is that for creating change? Is that for leveraging finance? I'm not sure I can answer those questions at this stage. I don't know what I do with that knowledge. The same way that we do know about the teleconnections that water brings. We know, and has been well researched, that if it floods in the upper Niger Basin, that will evaporate and it will rain in the lower Niger Basin, and water will be carried back inland and the cycle will begin again. These are not new phenomenon. This is the hydrological cycle. But the issue is, when it comes to calling for this to be understood across international borders, is what do we do with that information? If we're asking countries to start paying each other for rainfall, we are heading down the wrong political track. Brazil does not receive an income for the flow that comes from the Amazon, and equally does not ask the countries to pay for rainfall that falls on the Amazon. So I think we have to be careful as to what the science is telling us, what we do with that, but also how we translate that knowledge into things that can actually be practically understood and absorbed by countries. And I say that because IWRM is still a philosophy, and we still struggle with that. So we need to be very practical about how to achieve those targets that we're trying to aim for 2030 and beyond 2030. Where I think we need to build upon what exists and not what we'd like to have, but let's build upon what exists. I won't be the first person to have heard from a country that they don't want more reporting or similar structures. They just want alignment so they can get things done. And I think, therefore, building on what exists is important. We use the 3 E's of IWRM, therefore: economic return, equity, and environmental sustainability, to drive what we've got to so far. However, we've followed classic human behavior in that we've focused on the economic return. We haven't properly dealt with equity, and we certainly haven't dealt with environmental sustainability. And it's those 2 E's that are hurting us right now, where the action needs to be taken. We've squeezed our water resources and we've ignored the externalities that we've created ourselves. So I think that actually, in terms of organizing principles, we could expand those 3 E's and see where we get to by 2030 with another E. So first, I think that whilst I appreciate the need to accelerate on IWRM to 2030, but if we look to 2040 and 2050, if we're to work at that hydrological shift scale, which is what Johan talked about this morning, we need to understand what's coming in the future. So I think education is another E that we've generally failed upon when it comes to water resources. And I mean education amongst ourselves to understand different perspectives and different needs and different wants, education with countries as to what they need and want and within countries, and education to the general public and consumers, who generally, for something as complicated as climate change, more and more people around the world are starting to understand the difficulties and the challenges that brings. And yet most people do not understand the difficulty and the challenges of delivering water to a myriad of homes around the world, or providing energy which is dependent on water resources. Lake Geneva, main control point in Geneva city here, is to control flow to protect the cooling waters for a nuclear power plant in Lyon. And therefore its actual main focus is around energy supply and public water supply, as well as the other myriad of things that it brings to Switzerland and France through tourism and recreation. So we have to understand a little bit more about educating ourselves and our institutions as to what we need to do for water. And education is very easy to say, but I think maybe this is where the work that Johan was talking about this morning could come easier in a translated approach, so people can understand exactly what that really means or what you do with it. The next E would be empowerment, something that we generally talk about but don't do very well. Institutions like to take control of topics and subjects, as do the different silos that we have within the water community of practice. But we're not as good as we certainly should be at this stage on bringing forward multiple stakeholder, multi-level governance conversations. We do that, but they also come with transaction costs. They are expensive and they require guidance and direction. And empowerment is something that we've generally not done enough around on water resources as an organizing principle. Within that, I think we have things such as the water, energy, food, ecosystems, nexus, and different elements within it, which again tends to re-silo our conversations, and more work is needed to improve the empowerment of those sectors to work together to deliver on water. I also think that we're not going to change everything and get everybody to understand what we're talking about. And we shouldn't police the general topic of water and encourage everybody to do as we say. We should empower so that others are working on water far more effectively than they are, and far more players to the table. And if they go wrong, and they will learn how to fix those rights and improve what they do, and improve what they are doing. We can only learn by failing and trying again. We as a water community of practice have certainly had to do that. And I think rather than policing others to do what we say, we should empower them to try and innovate and deliver water for us rather than us telling everybody what to do. And then the final E is externalities, and it came up this morning. We're really good at everything that flows downstream, forgetting where it goes, chucking things in the river or the stream. And this includes, and this may get some kickback, but this also includes how we deal with sanitation. It also includes how we deal with the different levels of development and what we're trying to achieve. Sanitation is also can be a polluter and an emitter, and we have to look at how we clean up our own act on these topics and invest in ourselves on these issues to show a right way forward for different communities. I think we have to inset, not a term many people tend to like, but inset these externalities into what we do and inset these into what we produce. This is about making things more, it's not about making things more expensive, it's about reframing value as to how we produce things and what we produce and where we produce them. And I think the point that was made earlier on by Christine on the freshwater challenge is important, because we shouldn't be producing where we're trying to restore systems, or where we have systems that need restoration. Can we work hand in hand with agriculture, production and development whilst we restore ecosystems if we're to achieve any of the targets that we've set ourselves around restoring the planet? And I think linked to this is the opportunity to build in avoided costs and benefit sharing of our production systems so that we can get much better at looking at the circular nutrient cycles that water bring to the table and how we recover and recapture those nutrients so that we are extracting less from in the ground or creating more from that, and instead using what we have available to ourselves rather than effectively letting it all flow downstream. I think on the green water, blue water elements, as part of a sort of organizing framework, personally, I'm not a great supporter of coloring water. I don't think it means anything other than those who color the water. I'm not sure how it helps policy. We don't have green water policies. We don't have blue water policies per se. We have policies that deal with agriculture and ecosystems, and others that deal with water and how it interferes and intersects with our society. And managers of water do not understand those concepts of green and blue water beyond what it is that they are doing, be it large commercial farms or smallholders. As we go through more variability, however, in our climate, then green water, the water in the soil and in our plants, etc., it will become more important, as will groundwater. And certainly for groundwater, how we manage that is going to need to be significantly improved through significant improvements in regulation, but also investment in those systems and better understanding of the data that's available for groundwater. Key here, however, is surely agriculture. And I was really pleased to see the presentation from Vijay, which was outstanding work. I'm an irrigation engineer, and I've sat for 25 years and listened and read and seen calls for agriculture to improve in efficiencies and effectiveness. And yet many of the metrics stay the same or they get worse. In fact, and Kate may point out this later on in the CDP reporting, everybody gets more efficient, but we still use more water. So this seriously needs looking at in terms of where we grow our food and what we grow and how we can use these 6 principles of equity, environmental sustainability, economic return, the externalities, empowerment and education within as an organizing principle to help agriculture reform for production, to help it reform for sustainable water management, and to help it reform for people who require the food and the income from working with agriculture. A large part of this falls down to how we manage land, and our resilience to drought significantly can be improved by how we improve and work with land management. The restoration of degraded lands brings water, climate, and biodiversity benefits. And yet we do these things independently often of one another. I've almost finished, just I know you're conscious on time. My concern is that we run around restoring watersheds but we don't necessarily restore them in the right way with what needs to be there going forward. And we keep looking backward as to what was there in the past. That is not going to help our water resources situation. We need to restore landscapes for where trees and carbon and biodiversity will survive and will work in the future, not where systems were in the past that may degrade further our basins and drain our groundwater and put growing urban settlements under water stress. The restoration of ecosystems has to be better thought through. And as Christine said this morning, restoring rivers and wetlands is vital for our survival, but it's also vital because that's where carbon stores are, and it's also where we generate our rainfall from in many ways. And carbon has a value, but it also has a price. And this is something that I don't think water and carbon have yet properly had a discussion around. Water is not fungible like carbon, but water ecosystems are the most important for carbon storage. So just to conclude on these 6 principles, I think we need to empower. So far, we have potentially policed too much. We need to educate better, and that goes all the way down to consumers and society at large. We need to improve on equity, including the rights-based approach and water as a human right, which was mentioned this morning. We need to set a far tighter safety net, not for environmental sustainability, but for our environmental limits that we are willing to go to control the planetary boundary risks that we face. We need to focus on economic return in the right way, with the right things in the right place. And we need to ensure that those externalities that we generate are embedded within how we produce products and what we need to survive as society. And the 7th E that I mentioned at the beginning is evaluate. We have to 2030 to try and achieve these targets. We should evaluate how well has this worked and how well are we doing, so we can then reframe where we need to be 2040 or 2050. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The good news is that what we are talking about, many of the elements of these E's, including the one that you just hitched on, are people like Vijay are actually doing exactly that. And I think if you look at indigenous communities, you'll find that they are far ahead of us in doing all of what you're saying. So we need to learn from people who are currently effective guardians of our biosystems. I now have Amgad Elmadi, who's a water sector lead at Green Climate Fund with over 25 years of experience and expertise in hydrology, in operation research and academic settings. He is serving as elected and nominated steering committee member at several water international entities. Amgad, you have the floor and you are coming to us virtually.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you hear me well and you see the slides. So what I wanted to talk to you here is to, again, I think coming after James, it's a nice segue to what I'm going to talk about and how to reconnect again those different dots in terms of IWRM and from financial angle to green water to legacy and how we use this knowledge to come with approach, how we drive change and how we put or propose like a financial model that can actually become as a game change for like water reuse and sanitation from climate finance perspective. So like, yeah, I don't want to take your time in terms of like why we need finance as Paris Agreement and the change of the temperature and of course the different scenarios for impact of the CO2 and with the current target and the current policies, we know like we're not going to hit that target. So we really need to do more. And of course, like with the recent IPCC assessment and we really understand like we are going to face more drought, more floods, and that again require more actions. And of course, as it's been highlighted in the opening today, like finance, it's really the accelerator to make that actions happen. And it's been also presented by Yuan. I think it's in the morning, in the first session, again, about that green water and how that green water really link the land use, the biodiversity, the climate, but it's also how the whole water security or the water sector become as a connector for all other sectors and service, but also for the climate change impact. It's a medium where you see the climate change impact, but also where you can start solutions if you start really focus on adaptation aspect as well. And the Green Climate Fund, it's as one of the largest multilateral fund for like really focus on developing countries to help them to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, but also to enhance their ability to respond to climate change. And from our perspective for like water security is really to promote that paradigm shift of thinking in the water security that will really drive that low carbon resilience to climate change and meet really the goal for the Paris Agreement. If you look at GCF, it's really like it's a risk taker in terms of the average ticket size and also in terms of the level of risk comparing to other funds. So we're really working on scaling and market creation, but also to accelerate and amplify really the climate actions. And what I wanted to highlight here, like, as we know, like the key challenge for mobilizing finance, there are many barriers we are aware of, and that's how we learn from our legacy. So we know there is a technical, political, regulatory, institutional, market, macroeconomic, but also infrastructure barriers to really finance the water project. And even to mobilize the private sector, taking the water sector are very dominated and subsidized sector by public finance. And in addition to that, of course, like the limited access to concessional financing due to like the physical vulnerability for the countries, for the developing countries, but also the limited physical space that existing within those countries as well. And also the limited institutional capacity that really drive actors to respond to climate change and the level of development of the pipeline project, and how we can turn those pipeline projects to become more bankable and affordable as well. So in GCF, how we actually, as a climate finance, how we drive a change, how we try to make that happen and support the water sector. So we do this through like 4 pillars, like the transformational planning, where we're really looking at how we look at the integrated climate development policy and how we promote that mainstream. If we focus on water, how we mainstream water security. But also we try to catalyze innovation, and that's through, again, the different technologies and how we really like encourage the innovations in policy, in business, in technology, in finance through the enabling institutional environment. And then the third is really mobilizing finance at the scale. And this is where we really try to look at the scale up successful climate investment and also de-risk the investment through really strengthening that domestic capital market, but also like the climate finance, financing institutions as well. And how we can really look at the whole water cycle, especially as James mentioned, like the reuse and sanitation. So how we take that wastewater system as a whole cycle where you consider the sanitation and the circular economy. The fourth pillar is really how we look at the coalition and knowledge to scale up the success. And this is where you look at the legacy and how you create that lesson learned, the sharing knowledge, the harmonizing of the valuation of the methods. And that will enhance the collaboration, the partnership, promote partnership, but also looking at like the data acquisition and sharing and so on. If we look at like how we use the climate finance and how we assess climate finance projects to be really eligible for the project. So we're looking for the impact potential, and that really the potential of the program to contribute to like the Paris Agreement. So for example, in the water space, we're looking for really the high impact area, the area that's really facing that extreme scenarios, but also we're looking at the paradigm shift. And that in terms of like the climate finance model, and I will show that the different financial instruments that can actually be used to look at the value of water and how you mobilize the private sector, the sustainable development, how you link that to like the SDGs, the different climate actions that have been identified, and the SDGs that will be tackled through that project. But also the recipients' need in terms of like the level of limitations in terms of the institutional, and also the need for the developing capacity and the mechanism for monitoring and compliance, but also how we promote the country ownership. And that's really to assure the sustainability, the exit strategy, and how you bring that, the actions beyond really the climate policy. And then the last one is really the efficiency and effectiveness. And this again coming like when you look at like, has that project been actually designed based on the best practice? And this is where you look at the science evidence and the best practice approach, but also the lesson learned. So we do that through, again, a different financial instrument that we try to mobilize in terms of equity, guarantees, and concessional loan as a senior or sub ordinance, and we try to really package those different financial instruments to drive that change within the water sector. And really our role comes to, in a way, how we really de-risk and provide that level of concessionality, where we are able really to reduce the transaction costs, reducing the risk, mobilize the private sector, creating that demand by making like the climate solutions are more affordable. So we are actually like supporting the green growth in the developing countries. And of course, there are different mechanisms that can be accessed that finance through GCF as again an example of the climate finance. But I don't want to use your time here, but it's again, we're helping countries to develop their adaptation plan and mainstream the water security. We give them readiness. We give them also project preparation, so that will really to assure the project are bankable and affordable and being able to take into the market and mobilize really the private sector, and then they can access different scales. But what we really do again is actually contributing into like how we do that shifting, how we do that shift from public finance to private finance. And we try to bring those different new approach, new ideas. So one of those initiatives is really treating water as a new asset class for water reuse and sanitation. And this is where you look at the use that credit enhancement and develop that capital market, but also you look at the acceptable revenue streams. And this where you look at like the water tariff, and that can be based on seasonality, purpose of use, and so on. But also you look at the different byproducts that can actually be generated. You can also look at the feed-in tariff. You can also look at the carbon credit as, again, carbon storage and carbon market as a new opportunity, again, that can generate income and attract private sector as well. And of course, those all revenue streams need to be in line with SDGs, but also with the Paris Agreement in terms of the benefits of the adaptation in terms of beneficiaries, but also in terms of mitigation as like ton of CO2. The way GCF tried to make this happen by working really with the countries to support them to develop the policy, the legislation that is actually required to create that enabling investment environment. We also to finance that transition and also the de-risk that private sector investment, and also take care of those like market barriers to ensure really that level of affordability and bankability of those water reuse projects, so we can really unlock that level of investment. And then we support that financial model by really working with the countries to develop that financial model, or with the investor to design that financial model that be able to generate those acceptable revenue stream that in line with the Paris Agreement, with the SDGs, and also the ESG as well. So finally, to close, I think it's one of the key things here, we try to, again, thinking about like principle of the climate finance, of the international financial institutions, and how we can really improve finance, including, of course, the valuing of water. And the way we try to sit here, like, and that will be, again, there is a side event tomorrow afternoon at your time at 4:30. I encourage you to attend that, where we are going to revisit that rethinking of the different principles. So what we're looking here is actually to revisit the water value across the value chain, and of course, taking that circular economy concept. You look at the IWRM, we'll try to look at integrated water multi-sector management instead of the IWRM, to insist on that multi-sectorial aspect, but also to maximize the value of the existing assets, and to look at really how we design that investment in a way to maximize the co-benefits and the long-term benefits, and of course, in line with the Paris Agreement and SDGs. But to look at really how we build that synergy with the investment in other sectors as well, and how we attract more finance to improve really the risk return profile. And of course, leverage on the recovery package that already exist under IWRM coordination mechanism. And of course, coordination, and that coordination at different level. So coordination across sector and investment, coordination between donors and bank, and also the cooperation for transparency, integrity, anti-corruption, and accountability, but also actively really working as a sector, not just to speak between ourselves as a water sector, but really to go beyond and speak for the private sector, bring them on board, mobilize them, and of course, support the country to build that policy and support investment environment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I just am struck by the multiple points that you've raised, and a question which started with James, this issue of externalities. How external are these so-called externalities? And in the education and reimagination and the shift in paradigm, shouldn't we be looking at those kind of concepts? But also, I would be interested in the points you are making here about this green fund. This morning, when we started in the opening session, there were suggestions also about other funding mechanisms that should be explored, like the cancellation of water debts and a blue fund for climate. And I think we need to find a way, and I think my colleagues who are helping us record this is trying to bundle them all so that we don't have disparate suggestions that we then lose the richness. I'm now coming to Rachel. I'm so sorry that you had to wait this long, but that gives you the opportunity to come in and help us to wrap it up. Rachel is a Deputy Director General of Research for Development at the International Water Management Institute, and she leads the science strategy and works with a number of researchers, 200 to be exact. Rachel, I am looking to you to help us make sense of what's gone on so far, so that we can then move into the discussion and the wrap-up session with a bit more clarity. Rachel?
Thank you, Chair. And what a great set of presentations we've already had. In some ways, I think, well, do I actually need to give mine? Because there have been so many fantastic points made. But I am going to do it, and I will try and be as swift as possible, because we really want to hear your thoughts and we want to have that thematic discussion. So this session is about development, and we're here to talk about finance and water. So one of the things we should be thinking about is, are we talking about development of water projects, or are we talking about projects that use water? Because they're quite different. And we need to think more broadly if it's going to be the former, because as we see in many of our areas, energy
and food use a lot more water than water sector projects do. In the global south, 78% of our water use is in food production, and we know food security is a major challenge. Just look at what's happened under the Ukraine war and the implications of that of cutting off of wheat production, and how that has resonated and how that has driven wheat production in countries that really shouldn't be growing wheat. And by the way, they're going to irrigate it. We also then need to look at energy security. We heard today about the use of water in energy. This is really critical. In the global north, this tends to be the biggest user of water. So here we have two major sectors that are incredibly powerful ministries. If you think about the political economy behind all of that, and then there's us in water and what we want to do on water security. So we really do, I think, as we're looking at finance and development, Chair, which is what we're about here, we really have to look across the nexus. And then we throw in landscapes and environment in the middle of that. Well, that's everywhere, but also is often the least representative. So I would say we had to think about finance, but we also have to think about political ecology and those ministries we're working in. So let's have a quick look at some of those implications of changing water on energy and food and so on development. This was back in the summer last year. So I chose a couple of OECD countries. Because the river levels were so low, nuclear output, but that also could be hydroelectric power, it could be gas and coal output, it could be solar panels. All of them use water as part of the production. It caused a huge decrease in the output of energy, and so it contributed to a spike in energy costs. That's going to have real implications for development, whether it's France or wherever that might be. And we can also see that field there, the droughts, there was a huge decrease in production of yield of crops. And again, it's sectors beyond water that were very much impacted by recent challenges. The Food and Agricultural Organization have brought out a really important report at the end of 2021, because this session is about development within planetary boundaries. And we heard about planetary boundaries. And I would argue that maybe the water sector's there pushing planetary boundaries, but it's these other sectors that are pushing them even further, are pushing our water way towards those planetary boundaries. And this FAO report on the state of land and water systems highlighted that agriculture was very much pushing water to the edges of our planetary boundaries, causing major problems. We can see the irrigated land, 62% of that precious blue water that we're putting on to supplement green water is already in degraded and deteriorated land. And this is at a time when we know there are growing stresses on our water system. So we can begin to see there's this real perfect storm coming through. And today we had the wonderful outlining of green, blue water. And thank you, Johan and De Potsdam, for doing that here. And this is a map that was produced to show changing water scarcities, agricultural water scarcities. I am going to focus on food security because EME is incredibly good at doing that. So what we look at in this is the green shaded areas are agricultural green water scarcity. So that's where the soil moisture isn't enough, okay, to support our food systems. The blue areas are where we have agricultural blue water scarcity. In other words, there's not enough water in our groundwater systems, in our rivers to be able to support production. But what is really important and relevant to this whole this workshop is about agricultural economic water scarcity. This is where there is water there, but there isn't the investment into irrigation systems, into pumps, whatever it is, to be able to reduce that water scarcity. So there are parts, if you look at where that is, large parts of Africa, where there are groundwater systems that could be used to support food production, but because there isn't enough investment, enough finance, because of perceived risk, that's where we have agricultural economic water scarcity. So those are the different areas, and we can see what they're doing. This is one of those indecipherable maps, but all we need to do is look at there are two types of climate change scenario, RCP 2.6, where we behave ourselves and stop flying to international meetings. And then the other one is RCP 6 is where we are bringing in all sorts of measures. But in both of those, we can see that the agriculture, the crop water use, the green water is very much under stress in many of the countries we're going to do. And the reason why that's relevant here is because you saw last year the challenges of food security and what came and why governments mobilize. Hungry people are not good to have in your population. It is politically difficult. And what we have is we can't move water very far, but we can move food very far. And if you think about our reliance on food imports, so where we're getting increase in water scarcity, that green water scarcity will have implications for populations and economics many miles away. So I want to give you a little example of some examples that we've been working on. So this is looking at how we can really bring together the energy, water, food nexus. This is in Zambia, and here we are looking at solar-powered irrigation, which is allowing our farmers to have a third crop. So how we raise the finance, because smallholder farmers are some of the most risky. So what we were able to do, we were able to have a fantastic matching together. Lupia is a fintech small financier organization that give investment to small and medium enterprises. We then have an organization that is able to supply renting pumps. Being able to afford solar irrigation is really hard. It's a big capital expenditure. So we're having rental systems that the farmer can rent. And then we're having another organization that's bringing climate information so that farmer can make good decisions about when to irrigate, when not to irrigate, the likely crop, their ability to repay those loans that they've taken out based on managing their water, based on this coming together of finance, technology, and smart information. So we're able to then balance the water. When we're talking about finance, we also have to look at some of the drivers that are driving us towards bad water management, particularly in agriculture. We hear about policies. There are many perverse incentives to deliver food security and some of those regulations that aren't there. So this came from California, and it was highlighting the government there subsidized farmers to bring in efficient drip irrigation. So yes, they're using less water per hectare of their crops, but what they've done is they've expanded the area under crop. It's called Jevons paradox, and we talk about it a lot. But it's all about linking this together. If we're going to bring in ways of managing water better, financing some of those uses, we also need to look at the enabling environment. That's part of that. There's another 2 E's for you, James. So to finish off, I'm delighted to be here and to bring in that nexus and challenge us to think about what is needed if we really are looking at water development and finance.
Thank you very much. We now have 25 minutes. We're ending at 4. Okay. And so what we would request are indications of questions from the floor, and we'll see what questions come through the line. And then I'm going to give panelists the opportunity to respond to those questions. And then I have to squeeze in a little 3 or so minutes at the end to try and see if we can harvest some of the wisdom here for the water action agenda. There are lots of interesting ideas that have come to the fore. So let's see if that would be helpful in galvanizing the finance community to come to the party. Okay, can I get indications of people who want to ask questions? Yes, ma'am. At the back there, and I have another hand there. Another 3, okay.
Yes.
4.
Hello. My name is Josefina Maestro. I come from the University of Alcalá in Spain. And I just wanted to make all this discussion a little more relevant to the financing issue, and delighted, Rachel, to hear your model of, small scale farming financing and how you put it together. Because for me, the key to all this is really the disconnect between the financing community, the green climate funds, and the real projects and the real communities in the ground. And it seems to me that we as financiers, we are looking more about getting more finance, attracting private financing, but on the other hand are the projects and the communities, and they don't get there. So there is a big disconnect between these two communities. Maybe we have to do a little more about that. And it seems that the projects that you have presented here, it's only making this gap bigger, because the questions of access, the questions of agriculture, the new models of agriculture, the questions of the nature-based solutions, where is the link to the financing community there, no? And there are some good, ideas there. I've seen financing models like the Water for Women Fund of Australia, and also what you were saying, Rachel, but I think that's something that needs to be looked into a little more in depth. Maybe you can develop a little bit on how that model that you propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The hand there at the back.
Good afternoon, Arthur Wood from Total Impact Capital and Equity for Humanity. I can't agree more with what Rachel said, as in terms of nexus financing beginning to provide some degree of scale that financiers can invest in. But perhaps I can make one comment. When we talked about externalities, they come up in both conversations. There's not just one externality, there are three. One is the negative externalities, which is the damage done. And if you look at the major reports at the moment, they're really just measuring negative externalities, which means the subsidy will go to business to manage their risks. And it assumes that society's objectives and business objective is the same. The second externality, the positive externalities, ergo the externalities that create positive cash flow as a function of their intervention, which a lot of the social sector interventions are. And the third externalities is what technology, which has revolutionized every other aspect of our lives, is the ability to sequence those interventions. And that's where the real value lies in this sector, because in WASH, it's not the individual investment that we make. It's really small scale, risky. The real value is in the downstream externalities, the sequencing of those externalities. And the twist to finance is to look at those externalities as cash flows. Aggregated cash flows, either lost or gained, and to create a mechanism where the stakeholders are actually incentivized to work together, one, and two, to create financing mechanisms that pay not by absolute return, which is all what we talk about, but create mechanisms where different players can take different or indeed differing economic return, which, as we know, there are a range of different players, and secondly, pay by the delta of improvement. Ergo, the quicker you get the social outcome, the higher the economic return. And that's perfectly feasible to do, because tomorrow you will hear from Guy Hutton, who's actually calculated under the Joint Monitoring Programme with WHO, the World Bank and UNICEF, the value of externalities. We know them, they've been calculated. It's in his work in the 16 teams that he worked with WSP and the World Bank. So the calculation is there. The ability to meld that with the various other WHO and the other lady that was this morning talking about measurements, those can now be melded together with technology. So the solution is there, but the question is whether we're prepared to seize it and whether we're prepared to move out of our silos and to recognize the real advantage is actually in collaboration.
Thank you so much for that reminder of what's possible. I had a hand somewhere here. Yes.
My name is Sudeep Sarkar. I'm from the World Bank. First of all, I have a comment and a question. I liked Rachel's presentation. I think, you showed the big picture and you used the word political ecology. I think, this is what we have to think of, not only in terms of the political ecology, but also the political economy. I think we all know the problems. We also, I think of the solutions. But end of the day, what is the willingness to change? And the changes are huge. And I think this is something I hope we can take away from this workshop, that end of the day, people would have to make changes. Hard decisions would have to be taken, and it could be on the actions, it could be on the financing, but end of the day, that is needed. And maybe this workshop would help us kind of filter some 5, 6 key ideas that we take forward to the policymakers, the ones that would actually have to drive this change. My question was to the person from Andhra Pradesh. I think I liked your presentation, and you kind of gone out to the farmers and you're showing the benefits on how farmer actions can make a difference. But my question is also kind of linked to water and carbon. You know, we often make the link, but it's not so explicit, and carbon money in the water business is not that much. And I was just wondering, like, you know, how much of this are you thinking at the individual farmer level? Are you going to go retail? Are you going to go wholesale? Is it a voluntary market? What is your thinking on that? Maybe you can give us some ideas on this, because I think the potential is huge. If you can show some examples here, this could be applied globally. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to your response, Vijay. Very important that but let's remember, change is painful. So the willingness to change goes hand in hand with the willingness to take the pain. Please.
Jan Arts from IHE in Delft. The main drivers of stresses are not so much the climate change, but it's land use change, agriculture, energy provision, urbanization. And so my question is a very practical one. How do you intend to raise this discussion in New York with the relevant ministers? Because the real decisions are not made in the water sector. So we here are largely aware of these challenges, but the decisions are made in the Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Finance. It's about food security, political stability. So how can we influence this decision-making process? Very practical question.
Thank you. It's political ecology and economy all combined. Yes, I'll take the two ladies. Yeah, Naiko after you. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Cheryl Hicks from the CEO Water Mandate, the Corporate Water Stewardship Initiative of the UN Global Compact. My question is for Amgad from the Green Climate Fund. Hi, Amgad. Nice to see you. Thank you for your presentation. I wondered if you might unpack a little bit. You mentioned the private sector, that one of your roles is de-risking investments for the private sector. I find that we often talk about the need for increased investments from the private sector, but of course the private sector is a broad group of actors. And I wondered if you might break that down from the context of the Green Climate Fund and how you work with the private sector.
Thank you. My question, maybe the starting question is for James. If I may have misunderstood you, I may not hear you right, but I hear you kind of alerting that those green water or other things may go beyond national border, which may have an implication of the political economy. I may get it right, but I think it's important to recognize that some of those environmental flows are actually that are operated at a global scale, which has an implication of the policy and political, and that is basically the scientific fact. And then we really need to think how to handle that. I think it's exceedingly important to recognize that, because that the fact we are missing to evaluate or recognize is this the value of the water as a, or actually natural capital, which the current economic system doesn't really appreciate. And if we really want to do 30 by 30, for instance, and how to finance it, and if we really want to reward that the local community and the indigenous people who are basically the guardian of those natural capital, it has to be recognized, and then we maybe the outside that community are responsible for paying that. And this is something I think the gentleman also mentioned, this an externality is that then it's a positive externality that we have to reward. And these flows actually they go beyond national border, because nature that then doesn't really respect the man-made national border. So I think that's going to be important to recognize it, and that some of those environmental flow at an operated at the global scale. And if we really want to price those positive externality and negative, the right to reward those and the fact that they are doing for safeguarding natural capital, it has to be that beyond national borders. I'm just interested in getting the reaction from the panel. Thanks.
Absolutely vital. That's why we are here at the global level. We've got to look at the global, the national, and the local, and they are intertwined. I have two hands in the middle here, and is there a hand here? No. Then we're going to stop. Do we have any questions online? Okay. Two hands there, please.
Thank you very much. I am Al-Mu'taz Abadi. I am the Deputy Secretary General for the Union for the Mediterranean, and we are a kind of policy and political organization working on the issues, among them the water sector, environment, and blue economy. And we are partner with the OECD. And just what my question for everyone, that we start this morning by introduction from key figures, and they are saying that this is one of the milestone toward the UN conference 2023, and the topic is finance. And absolutely, I want to understand how your vision here, what can we do all as international and regional organization, development bank, in order to advance the financing part and the investment part in the water sector, not only in this area in the EU and North Africa and the Mediterranean, but at a global level. And I don't know how we can convince the political arena in the same line of our professor at IHE Delft, because in all aspects that we are doing at the Union for the Mediterranean, we are trying to do the political will. And we know that when we bring the water people around the table, the meeting end like, okay, there is meeting minute, but nothing afterward happen. So since 5-6 years, we start doing what we call it the diplomacy of water. We bringing the Minister of Foreign Affairs as well as the water people here, water people, not necessarily who are water ministry, but the people who are responsible about putting the policies, as well as if we don't want to ignore the operators and the local level. And how we can advance something from out of this today and tomorrow meeting as a recommendation at policy level, what kind of things need to be done. I know that the scientific evidence base is very important, but I wanted to seek for something that I want to influence through the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that we can send to the UN General Assembly representative, that OECD, the Union for the Mediterranean, World Bank, African Development Bank, everybody, that they need this new step to be taking at national and regional level, especially with the International Financing Institute. We are working on the Blue Economy Fund now in the Mediterranean. It's really taking attention. But when we wanted to work about something related to the water finance, I see that everybody is just, it's okay, but it's difficult. I don't know what is the key things that we have to be done. I don't see that the water sector is attractive to the private sector. And once it's not attractive, then all investors are away from it. So maybe we have to focus on the issue related to the public-private partnerships in the region, and to how to advance it in order to bring investment and to couple what we call it affordable water, sustainable water for development. This is my point and general comment, but I hope that also you can give us some guidance and comments at policy level, not only at technical level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, your colleague next door, and then we'll have you at the back. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Khalifa Sah from the African Development Bank. My question or comment is for Rachel. Great this idea of having nexus. Well, the point is, how do we make the actual nexus between water issue and climate change, right? Because I was mentioning that to our colleagues at OECD that all this discussion that we're having can be included in a discussion regarding climate change, because they're very much linked, even though there are some differences, right? Because climate change has an impact on water access, etc. In the meantime, what is the impact also on energy transition or climate transition on water? All of the solutions that we are discussing, for example, talking about nexus to produce electricity based on renewables, whether it is offshore wind or hydropower, or even now green hydrogen, have an impact on water and the natural system of water. And we never also value the cost of, for example, water in producing green hydrogen. So my question is, talking about nexus, what is the place of this discussion within the climate change agenda or green transition agenda? And what is also the impact of the green transition on water? And how do we reconcile these two issues that are very interdependent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have the last word, my dear, at the back there.
Thank you. I want to do a question for Sandra, so I will do it in Spanish.
Okay.
And then we, Sandra, muchas gracias por la presentación que nos diste. Y tengo una pregunta, ¿no? Porque vengo como tú de un país centroamericano. ¿Qué rol juega la corrupción y cómo, o sea, cómo nos hacemos? Yo siento que algunas veces, no solo en Centroamérica, pero en otros países, es muy fácil para los gobiernos echar la culpa también al sector privado, ¿no? De lo que está pasando, pero ¿quiénes son los responsables de velar por el bien común y por los recursos comunes, si no los gobiernos? Entonces, ¿cómo encontramos el balance, ¿no? De darle la responsabilidad a los países desarrollados por su parte, pero también pedirles cuentas a nuestros gobiernos nacionales? The question is just very quickly is like, how do we, I mean, what is the role of corruption in this whole process, no, of how our indigenous communities treated, but also the most vulnerable groups, and how do we make sure we hold our national governments in developing countries also accountable for their part? Because I think in many countries also they are quite able to send the anger that is there because they have failed to vulnerable groups also very easily towards the private sector. But who is the real responsible to keep an eye and to guarantee the good management of common goods? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica. So I would suggest that I'll ask my colleagues on the panel to please pick the questions that relate to the issues you raise. And in responding, please give us an indication of what you think is the way forward on that specific, so that we can gather that as we go along before time runs out for us. Rachel.
That was a great question on capital. And I'll give you a little anecdote. So in July last year, I was in Zambia as part of a project. We held an investor forum. This was I showed you a little bit of insight on that project. It's all about bringing entrepreneurs with capital, with services and capabilities companies together. That room was full of very capable, very smart entrepreneurs who asked all sorts of questions like risk and return on investment. It was exactly the sort of questions you would have. Probably, Kate, you would know these type of questions very, very well. There is a lot of capital out there. They are looking for projects. If you can bring some environment, society, governance, or impact, or blended finance, some of the things that Amgad was talking about, there is capital out there. What we need are well put together projects. And then linking to the question about externalities, What we need to do is make sure those energy projects and those food projects actually have properly costed in the true value of the water, if that's what we're going to do. And so Amgard, when you're doing your GCF funds and the African Development Bank, when you're deciding on your projects, do you ensure that the water is properly costed? Because we now know what the externalities are. And unless they start coming in, to answer that last question that came in, we're not going to be able to go forward if we're going to use, if water is always seen to be cheap, because it doesn't have that power. It doesn't have the push to be able to do that. So I will take those questions and pass to James.
Thank you so much, Rachel. James?
Thanks, Rachel. So I think there's a few things. One is, I think you mentioned yourself that actually water is not in control of things here. It's energy and it's agriculture. And understanding and recognizing where the power structure lies comes back to what I was saying about we need to educate and we need to empower and we need to stop trying to police, but work with those sectors who have far bigger mandates around securities, food and energy, than we do on water in terms of our control mechanisms. And not only that, but that means that we can also then look at how do they finance, how can that finance be improved, how can that finance contribute to water security, rather than thinking there's never enough resources available. I think it's very much about not only how we account for water, but how we account for the finance that goes into water management that isn't necessarily under the control of water resource or water sector agencies, whoever they may be. I think the point about being bold is critical. The slide on Andhra Pradesh, and Rachel Roy were talking about it. Sri Lanka tried something similar, got major kickback, right? It's that caused the initial unrest in Sri Lanka. So we have to be bold. It's not just about governments making bold choices, but it's also about society making bold choices as well. And there are ways and means of doing that rather than trying to do it overnight. How do you get that transition that we need to get to? And that transition financing isn't simply available. We obsess a little bit with too much about pilots, and we don't make those pilots into proper change processes, which comes to the point that Nauko raised. So what I was meaning was that there are mechanisms where you can invest in the basin in an international context, be it payment for ecosystem services, mechanisms that actually put funding back into those communities who look after the resources. But on the broader political agenda, it's a very difficult issue to raise between countries paying each other for resources that transition across borders. They're sovereign issues and they are very difficult to deal with from a country perspective. You can have water sharing agreements across borders and ways of dealing with that. But when it comes to things such as sharing of the precipitation shifts or the carbon shifts between countries, we're not at that stage yet, as far as I'm aware. And most of those issues around water sharing agreements are also out of date. They are not verified and rectified against the current global understanding of climate change impacts on hydrology. And just one last point is on the bold element, if you look at Chile's constitution that was developed under the Pinochet years, that was all about privatizing pretty much everything. The recent constitution reform that was voted against by the population in November last year had really great bold movements for reforming governance at the country level, but also for water resources and for ecosystems that would have really helped transition the country going forward. But it was too fast and too soon for the country to deal with. So we have to get much better at the transition planning from where we are now to where we need to be at 2030, but very much more the time it's going to take us is 2040 and 2050. And I don't think we've really factored that in. We're too busy looking for money now to change things overnight that I don't think is the way that we need to think. We need to be far more strategic as a water community to work with other sectors to get them to deliver the results that we want to see. Thanks.
Vijay?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a couple of points to make that our investment is in behavior change. Our investment is in changing the behavior of farmers in ways in which it is the way of farming is more in harmony with nature, and that is benefiting the water system, the nutrient system, and de-risking agriculture. So this investment is resulting in tremendous benefits on the waterfront, but at the same time, farmers are increasing their food security, increasing their yields, reducing costs. So these multiple benefits are what is enabling governments to invest in this. At the same time, governments are able to reduce the subsidies on fertilizers, subsidies on pumping water, because these are huge subsidies. So the benefits to government come in the form of subsidy savings. So the cost benefit assessment that we look at, in our case, it takes hardly 200 to 400 US dollars over 8 years to enable one farmer, 1 hectare to shift. So it's a very low cost investment, but the benefits are at least 10 times the savings in fertilizer subsidy. I'm not counting the de-risking of agriculture, the enhancement of the food security. I'm not counting that. So it's a very, very viable investment with huge returns, huge positive externalities. And now when it comes to the credits, carbon credits, unfortunately, what we are finding is it's a very opaque market. The prices are not at all reflecting the value of the ecosystem services that the farmers are performing. So we are not very happy. We would like to position ourselves as a process which is enabling SDG goals to be achieved. And so this is the, we're calling it as the SDG carbon credit. That means not just putting carbon in the soil, but it's also improving livelihoods, conserving water. So I would really urge, if the formulation on the carbon and water credits is not, done in a very unidimensional thing, but whether this particular process enables livelihoods and is in sync with the environment, and look at the credits as a byproduct. But currently, they are not valued properly, and there is very poor way of accessing them. We are struggling with it. Would also, like some help on that. I just wanted to comment on why our method is different from the Sri Lankan method. Ours is a purely voluntary process. It has taken me 6 to 7 years to enable 10% of farmers to participate in this journey. So we have reached a tipping point. I now will require another 8 or 9 years to enable the universalization of this. So I just wanted to point out a difference in this. I just want to conclude by saying that invest in farmers' capability, invest in farmers' understanding of principles of nature, and if the farming methods, land use methods are changed, you will reap enormous benefits in terms of water, soil carbon, better productivity, food security. So it's not win-lose, it is a win-win. But the critical part is behavior change of farmers and enabling the entire community to change rather than 1 or 2 farmers to change. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. I would like my colleague from the World Bank to note this issue about the opaqueness of the carbon market. It's not the first time I hear it. At the Club of Rome, we have a real problem. There are people in Europe get paid more than people in India, for example, or in Africa. And I think this is an issue that can only be tackled at your level, my dear brother. So I leave it in your able hands. The last comments will come from where am I? Anda, you are the person who will have the last comments online, and then we'll end up with Sandra, and then I'll do my best to pick what I think we can take away.
Yeah, thanks, Mabel. So I will try to be short and provide like 2-3 points here. I think it for the first point or the first question that being raised about like the link from on ground to climate finance. I think there is a great link already there, and the project that GCF support or fund come across all the scales. So we work across all the scales, and even we have a small fund for a small project as well that can actually work on accelerate for like similar to the example that Rachel shared about like the entrepreneur, supported the entrepreneur to scale up there and open a new market for them. So we have a special mechanism, we call it like SAP project that has a really like a scaling up approach. So we can actually work to scale up such type of small enterprise as well. But coming to my colleague points about like from the CO water mandates about the private sector, if I can untangle that from two aspects. First, like the key barrier for the private sector, and I think it's been highlighted as well by all colleagues on the panel and also Rachel in terms of like the underpricing or the real value of water as being treated as public good and not properly really accounted for. Also, the water services are really underpriced, so that result, of course, in low cost recovery and for the water investment. The water investment project always come like for like water resources, irrigation supply, always come with like a capital intensive project, so require really a big cost at the beginning, but also take like a long period for the payback. But also one of the key fundamental barrier is really how we monetize the benefits. And this come with the externality as well. And in terms of like how we look at the public and private co-benefits and how we look at those benefits across the nexus. But also like we always see water project, again, it's a very specific context specific that actually again come with a high transaction cost. And of course, like when we look at the developing countries, we always see project come with again a poor business model that sometimes lacking really the operational and maintenance. So those barriers really hinder the private sector to come and invest. If I tackle like what private sector means for the climate finance or for the green climate fund, so the way we work with the private sector, we work with them in terms of like how we promote really the investment environment to combine the climate and economic growth activity, but also how we accelerate the innovation for the business model, the financial instrument, the climate technology. We de-risk the market and also create market creating investment to crowd in really the private in the climate finance. And we work with them also through like strengthening really the domestic and regional financial institution as well to scale up the private climate finance. And that's through really direct by co-finance the private sector projects and program. So like GCF invest in projects and programs through domestic and regional private finance, but also indirect by supporting really the public development banks, which in turn, of course, finance the domestic and regional private financial institutions and extend that concessional credit line to them. But also like in terms of the mechanism, so we work with financial institutions to mainstream climate change consideration in their financial system. With project finance, we try to tailor the life cycle concessional finance to de-risk the infrastructure project for climate. We also looking at the climate fund in terms of structure anchor investment in climate equity debt funds, but also through climate market where we developing capital and carbon market that actually require bespoke structure solutions, but also the climate innovations where we scaling investment into high impact climate technologies and innovations. I wanted to finish really with a note in terms of like delivering solutions. So I think we know the scale of the challenge we face, and we know the solution exists. And I think it's what we really need to focus on is how we look at the best investment in the water sector that able to improve really the climate, water, and food security, and also health and gender equality, but also, of course, the environment, while able to transform the life and communities to become more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Angrid. I now turn to Sandra before I sum up.
Bueno, sí, creo que para países como de Centroamérica hay características que se comparten. La corrupción, por ejemplo, ha hecho que o sea, digamos, es como hacer que sean territorios atraíbles, ¿no? O sea, para poder tener este tipo de relaciones con las empresas extractivas, por ejemplo. Y creo que esas características, o sea, son desde la conformación del Estado, que hacen que, pues, prácticamente es un campo abierto para que hagan lo que quieran, ¿no? Y de parte de las poblaciones originarias hay un constante cuestionamiento ante la forma en que está estructurado el Estado, precisamente por esto, ¿no? Porque a través de la corrupción se ha permitido que se violen los derechos humanos, que no haya justicia al respecto de todo lo que ha ocurrido con las defensoras y defensores de la tierra y el territorio, por ejemplo, y cómo esto también hace que haya al final una corresponsabilidad, ¿no? Porque tanto el Estado, digamos, no solo no protege a los pueblos originarios, sino que se ha ido en contra de la vida de los pueblos originarios, pero esto también hace que sean territorios que hace que sean atractivos, porque las leyes no son funcionales para los pueblos, porque son estructuras aún donde prevalece aún el racismo. Entonces, en ese sentido, hace que el colonialismo, ¿no?, pueda y ejerza un papel fundamental para que puedan las empresas prácticamente hacer lo que quieran, llevarse todo, ¿no? Porque el Estado al final no solo permite todas estas violaciones a los derechos humanos, sino que también permite que su propio territorio, por decirlo de una forma, quede completamente destruido, porque llegan la minería, llegan las hidroeléctricas, saquean y despojan todo lo que hay. Prácticamente a nivel de regalías no es nada lo que el país recibe, pero digamos en ese sentido, el hecho de que se compre a los funcionarios permite toda una cadena que hace que pues al final sean los pueblos originarios los que se lleven la peor parte, y sí hay una relación tensa, definitivamente. O sea, el cuestionamiento tanto hacia afuera también es el cuestionamiento hacia adentro, ¿no? Porque ha tenido que ver con la vida directamente de las personas, no solo de Guatemala, recordemos en Honduras, en El Salvador, toda la cantidad de, bueno, incluso de asesinatos, ¿no? Donde han estado, donde hay los responsables han sido los empresarios, pero que digamos a nivel de la justicia de nuestros países no pasa nada. Entonces yo creo que esa relación permite que por eso haya, o sea, es decir, por eso son territorios que siempre van a ser, ¿cómo se llama la palabra? O sea, va a tener las condiciones, ¿no? Para que siempre pueda extraerse todo e enriquecerse tanto el gobierno, ¿no?, o las estructuras políticas y de poder, como quienes se están llevando todas esas ganancias, ¿no? Entonces sí hay una corresponsabilidad definitivamente.
Yes, regarding to the question on corruption and the roles of the state and the private sector in in countries of Central America, what Sandra says is that there is definitely a joint responsibility of both. So the corruption works as a mechanism to make more propitious the conditions of operational conditions for extractive businesses, and actually the states are failing in protecting their own people, and even in applying the rule of law to protect the people, particularly the originary peoples, the people on the ground, from the misappropriation, extractivism of business. So the role of the state is indeed very much being questioned regarding violations of human rights, including assassinations of militants from the originary people. So this critique is not on one sector or the other, but in the conditions which enable both corruption on one side and lack of protection of the rights of their own people. So it's not only about foreign business. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sandra, and all of you, my colleagues. Thank you for your inputs. It's difficult to find a way of capturing the essence of what comes out of this very rich set of conversations. I just want to make the following few points. And these come from the morning up to now. First, the issue that transformation is painful and it needs attention to the political ecology as well as economy. So, and someone used, we need to find the diplomatic way of dealing with this. Second, we must be bold but patient and take a long-term view, because these things are, when you are promoting fundamental transformation, it takes time, as Vijay has repeatedly let us know. But I think that the third important takeaway for me is the importance of because this is about development. And when we talk development, we're looking at how do we make sure that we've got decent living standards for all of the 8 billion people on this earth, because without global equity, everything else will go up in smoke sooner or later. So the nexus between energy, food, and water is something that we need to pay greater attention to, as many speakers and both in their questions and in the responses from the panelists. The most difficult issue that I find is that finance is, the way we've been talking about it, it's like a neutral, innocent, well-intentioned sector that's waiting for these good projects to come so that they can do the right thing. But we're dealing with a finance system which is a repeat offender. We had 2 financial crises before we got COVID crisis. And alongside that come all of the other planetary emergencies. So I think we should not be naive in looking at finance as an innocent do-gooder. And so that brings me to the next point, which is there needs to be fundamental behavioral change by everybody. So James, it's not just education for those people who might not understand what we're talking about. It's education for us to learn anew how to be human and live in harmony, not only with one another, but with the entire cycle of life. And that's why I think Sandra's wisdom that comes from her ancestors is still fresh in her head. Is something that we should really take to heart. I want to then go back to a question I asked, which we didn't find, nobody, I think, took me up on this, but I think I'll turn to the Secretariat and my colleagues to see if we can, in fact, is there a water equivalent to the energy, the dramatic energy reduction that was modeled to be possible? The more equitable the society, the less energy you consume. Is that the case also with water? It sounds like it from what Vijay's project indicates, but I think it's something that we might look at, because at the end of the day, the vision of a global and equitable global system is what's good for our planet to be a healthy place for healthy people. I want to then end on this issue of, so what does this mean for the water action agenda? I have to say to my colleagues, I'm concerned about the voluntary nature of the water action agenda. We cannot continue as if there aren't obvious instruments for making sure everyone accounts for what they do. They look at water as a valuable commodity, not only valuable, but it is the source of life. And so there are moves in the corporate sector to look at compelling or encouraging or incentivizing corporates to report on ESG, which ESGs the E can include water. And so the idea of a voluntary water agenda, I think, should be examined in the light of what can be achieved with existing instruments of encouraging reporting, so that the so-called externalities are internalized and they can be shown for their positive or their negatives in a more transparent way. So that is my plea, that let us be bold and not just be happy with a voluntary. Voluntary is we haven't seen successes coming out of voluntary action plans. So on that note, I want to thank my colleagues on the panel. I want to thank all of you from a technical point of view who have made it. And thank you for bearing with us, because being there online is not easy, because we can be boring sometimes. So thank you and have a good evening.
Okay. A quick comment on the agenda, a quick update. Thank you very much, Manfredi, for your closing remarks, which actually provide a nice segue to the point I wanted to make. We wanted this session to be disruptive and challenging, and we've been challenged. So thank you very much to you and the panelists. There has been a slight modification in the agenda, and I wanted to share that for your complete information. Well, first, there is coffee served. I mean, I hope there's still available. It's on the ground floor. The good news is that you don't have to reconvene, because this is the last session of the day. We will actually reconvene for the hybrid session tomorrow at 10:30 in this same room for session 3. Which should be focused on equity. I mentioned earlier today that there is also a side event on the finance water action pathway. Apparently the side event was well promoted because it was initially be a closed door meeting, but because there is more demand to participate, it will be in this very room. So we will start at 9 with this side event from 9 to 10, then there will be coffee again, and then we go on with the hybrid program. At the end of the day tomorrow, we will have 2 parallel side events. One which very much, which is very likely to revisit the point you made, Manfredi, about voluntary approaches. It will be about disclosure. And I think there is some discussions about whether disclosure should remain voluntary or become mandatory. So we would be very happy to have your thoughts in that particular side event tomorrow. That's it for today. Coffee is served. Feel free to take some time to network, engage, continue some other discussion. For those who want to attend the special event on the document that was shared in the package on finance water action pathway, please reconvene here at 9. Others can come at 10 for coffee and 10:30 for the beginning of the hybrid program. Thank you very much for the day.